Go. Go.
अरे गॉड लाइक का चिकन आया था दूसरे गेम में, उसके अंदर वॉचिंग गई थी 80 के।
Good day everyone. The PMPL season is heating up and we are delighted that we made this far. This season is full of delighted and excitement for me and my team as we are competing against the region's greatest team. Keep up the fantastic service you guys are providing. You can watch all of the live matches in PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube account. Thank you.
নতুন এই সিজনে রয়েছে আরও বেশি প্রতিযোগিতা, পাশাপাশি নিজের দক্ষতাকে এগিয়ে নেওয়ার সুযোগ। আমার দল যে কোনো চ্যালেঞ্জ মোকাবেলা করতে প্রস্তুত এবং আমরা ঠিক সময় জেগে উঠব। আমার দল সেরা বিশ্বে থাকতে পেরে খুশি এবং আপনাদের প্রতি কৃতজ্ঞতা জানাই আপনাদের অবিরাম ভালোবাসা এবং সমর্থনের জন্য। আমাদের এবং আপনার প্রিয় দলকে সমর্থন জানাতে সাবস্ক্রাইব করুন পাবজি মোবাইল অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেল এবং চোখ রাখুন PMPL সাউথ এশিয়া 2022।
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, the dawn of the new champions. Although we are seeing the same big names once again claim the dominating performances for themselves. My name is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by right now it is Ocean Sharma sitting on the desk with me. Ocean, how are you feeling today? I mean, yesterday was a very interesting day where we saw in the end Skylightz Gaming finish off with 94 points in 4 matches.
I mean, trust me, the way these players have been just showcasing their amazing gameplay, that is just incredible. And obviously, just like you talked about Skylightz Gaming, I mean, they did good overall, but well, when the day started, when I would say not even the day, the entire tournament started, it was the Mongolian domination that just started that just had that foot on the pedal right for themselves. And well, they just had their own ways, their own vibes, to be honest, in which they played. But after that, definitely after the start of Deadeyes Guys, as they got their first chicken and then the first one for Nepal region, then things definitely just went on to their own favors. But yeah, yesterday was kind of a different story to today. Well, today's story is something that will make the next 3-4 days come into action again.
I mean, definitely in the next 3 days for sure, ladies and gentlemen, because today is day number 2 of our very first week's league play. And after this, after the end of the 5th game today, that's going to be the 10th game overall for the league play in this week. we will have the top 16 names that will be moving for the Super Weekend, the very first Super Weekend, where these teams will be playing. The 16 teams will get an opportunity to have a 15 game advantage for themselves on the overall leaderboard. So it's going to be quite interesting, but we have a lot of things to discuss. And as we have been talking about the format, ladies and gentlemen, the format is in front of us. And so league play days is where there are going to be groups. Basically, we will have A, B, C, D, and E groups. Every group will have 4 teams in it. Each, and at the end of the league play days, that's going to be of 2 days, top 16 on the standings on the board will qualify for the Super Weekends. Only the points you accumulate in the Super Weekend are going to matter for your qualification in the finals.
Oh, well, Super Weekend 1, 2, 3, every point, just like you said, they get accumulated, and then it just comes down to top 16 going down for the finals overall. Well, overall, if you just talk about it, this is the schedule as it is. League play is what is happening right now. 30th is the date today from March, and then we'll move on the entirety of the calendar to April, where we see the first Super Weekend happening. Then there is the next one. Before that, League Play 2 happens, then League Play 3, and the third Super Weekend. After that, 22 to 24th is the finals, and 26th is my birthday. Thank you. That's how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite unfortunate we are ending the event before your birthday, right?
I mean, come on, man. We get full time to party.
I mean, yeah, if you think about it, it's better, right? Our work is done by then. So, yeah, I guess we're going to be double happy. We'll have new champions, hopefully, and also Ocean's birthday at the end of the event. But again, Ocean, now think about this. Imagine having $10,000 for your birthday, because that's what you get for winning the tournament.
Yeah, but then I'll have to play the matches, right? Trust me, the players, they have that pressure for themselves. I don't want to get into that pressure. But, well, high risk gives you high reward. And that is where the total prize pool definitely just comes down. $150,000 coming down. For Super Weekends, every winner chicken dinner gets you $1,000 as well. Tournament MVP gets them $1,000 as well. League stage is something that's giving every team $2,500. So, yeah, overall, it is a pretty good vibe for all these players. But then again, the initial dialogue that we said, high risk is what will give you high rewards.
I mean, definitely. And as you've been talking about, I mean, if you have to risk it to get the biscuit, I mean, every single game, then, I mean, the excitement of the matches, it's going to be on a whole another level. Because, I mean, again, it's all about the points at the end, ladies and gentlemen. And how do you earn points? Well, you finish first in the game, you get the chicken, then you get 15 points. You finish second, you get 12. You finish third, you get 10 points, and the points keep on dropping. Up until the 13th to the 16th position, you get nada, nothing, zilch, 0 points for placement. And then the teams are forced to rely on those elimination points, which is 1 point for each elimination. Yesterday, we saw exciting matches, especially towards the later half of the day, especially an exciting performance coming in from Skylightz Gaming, where Ocean, this is their worst performance yesterday. The worst they did in the entire day was they finished third with 4 eliminations.
Yeah, that's true. That was like amongst the first few games if we just talk about it. But well, we talk about the teams right now that are going to be playing. We have 20 teams for the day, but then we'll be moving on with the 16 only for the Super Weekend. Right now you see Group A, Atrax, Seal, IHC, Phantom. These are the names in Group A. Seal yesterday played quite decent. IHC, well, they started off with a banger and definitely they are moving forward. Phantom did not have that good of a first game, to be honest. I mean, they had decent game. Atrax, not a good first game, but then slowly and steadily, it just comes down to momentum. Right now, even if you're at 18th position or 19th position, you have your chance. You have those 4 games right now. You can be in top 16. It's like till the end of the day, once the clock goes down after 4-5 hours, you need to be in top 16 and that matters.
I mean, exactly. The next 4 hours are crucial for these teams. And especially, I mean, as we have always been talking about, there are 5 games during the day, but every team only gets 4. So you have to be consistent. We also saw yesterday that there was not a big difference between the 10th and the 20th position. So just 1 or 2 good games are going to result in the teams moving forward and securing a position in the top 16 by the end of the day. But Group D, I mean, things are looking very interesting because yesterday, I mean, Deadeyes Guys, you did talk about them getting the very first chicken dinner for the teams from Nepal, but after that they lost their flow. They were not as consistent in the rest of the matches, so they find themselves in the top 8, although with 29 points to their name, but still either one chicken dinner or I would say a consistent enough performance to get them like 6 to 7 points in every single game will keep Deadeyes Guys in the contention for the Super Weekend.
That's like a good average if you talk about 6 to 7 points every game, and I would say every team would want to get to that position. But again, not everyone's first, not everyone's second, right? Everyone has to have their share of top 16
Oh, yeah.
positions for themselves. Right now, if you talk about it, 1952, Savage, ElementriX vibes, they have been representing Group C, and well, they have been doing decent for themselves here and there. But then again, we expect more, and well, those expectations will surely pay the price in the Super Weekends when it will matter, because at that time, one chicken dinner will give you $1,000, and I believe Skylightz will have their eyes on that as well, as the Group D starts off with their name. And well, we talked about this as well yesterday. Skylightz, DRS, two names, but they are in the same group. We'll always see that fight happening.
I mean, yeah, especially for me. I mean, it's a fight trying to see. I mean, all right, it's Skylightz Gaming right here and DRS.
Yeah.
They have new set of players today. Not today. I mean, the entire season they've had new set of
Today,
players.
as in,
I
you know,
mean,
in
it's gonna
this
be quite
day and
interesting
age.
to see. Yeah, in the 2020 season, let's just say. But here's the fun part, Ocean. The new DRS, they are being extremely careful and extremely passive during the matches, which is quite a contrast to how the team previously used to play. Now, even though that has been the case, the new DRS, they're still putting numbers on the board. We see them in the top 4 with 45 points to their name. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, Group E is in front of us, the group that has JyanMaara 7C, Train to Kill, and Stalwart Esports. One of the best teams Mongolia has to offer, sitting in the top 3 on the leaderboard right now with 55 points and 1 chicken dinner already to their name.
Definitely comes down to this Group E, and well, this Group E has to be the group of excitement when we talk about it. Group D, definitely we call it the group of death. But Stalwart is something. Stalwart is a team that, just likes to play those Miramars very cautiously. They like to have their own sweet time. And nowadays, Mongolian teams specifically are going on slower rotations. We saw that happening with IHC. We saw that happening with Stalwart, and that definitely shows they are trying to not exactly copy, but mimic a few things that they have seen and obviously have learned and obviously have improved in their own rotations, whilst seeing the teams from GC, as in what Nigma Galaxy used to do and all those things. So yeah, they are definitely trying to just go with the same momentum. But talking about the overall rankings right now, Skylightz 94 in 4. That just is incredible when it comes down to their average performance. Is that the overall average of the performance, right? It is amazing. IHC versus Skylightz. I mean, Johnny, how long has it been? This frenemy rivalry. How long has it been?
I think a year and a half, probably more than that at this point. I mean, these teams have been going
I believe
at
they
it
love
for...
each other more than they hate each other now.
Yeah, I agree with that, because I mean, with how things used to be as far as the PUBG mobile scene in South Asia is considered, I mean, the entire scene has grown ever since these lads from Mongolia became a part of the South Asian region in the Pro League circuit. And that, I think, has benefited the other teams a lot more, and especially Skylightz Gaming, because again, you will agree with me on this, even when previously we were seeing these teams in action, seeing these individuals in action back in the PMCO days, we knew there is definitely potential, but they needed to figure out their own play style, their own way of looking at things, looking at situation and finding the answers. And I think that sort of happened. The sort of switch flicked on when IHC, back then known as Zeus Esports, they showed up with the raw aggression inside of the match and just started absolutely destroying everyone with their phenomenal gunpowder. And the lads from the wonderful, talented lads from Skylightz Gaming, they figured out their own answer. All right, if these guys want to take the aggression in the early and the mid game, we'll give them that. We'll just take them on in the late game stages. And they figured out their way for surviving to the late game stages every single time. I mean, that's how the entire 2020-21 season went by. And coming into 2022, we see them sort of evolve and be more and more aggressive with every single match that goes by. And well, now here comes the point where it is a 23.4 points per match average that Skylightz Gaming has for themselves, which is totally unrealistic.
I mean, that definitely is a good number when you just think about it, because that just shows if a team has more numbers for them as compared to what is it, like the chicken dinner points, that is 15, right? That just showcases that you're earning good in the game. You're getting your breathing space, you're choking down your opponents, and you're just making them realize that yes, they are taking part in the bad fight here and there. Most of the times. But well, that's what Skylightz is doing, right? They are just trying to give their own space to their own players. It's like we saw AJ just coming up with really good plays. We know Marfa Ninja is capable of incredible things as well. Gyalzen an incredible fragger from the entire region, has showcased amazing fragging potentials in the last PMPLs as well. So yeah, that just happens. But then again, the most important question arises is that this is just league play. Super Weekend is where the story will be written.
Exactly, Ocean. As you so wonderfully said in the end, this is just the league play stage. It doesn't matter if you get 200 points or you just qualify in the top 16 with 20. If you make it to the Super Weekends, then the real fight begins. And talk about fight, high voltage on our screens right now. We saw them struggle very, very badly yesterday. But again, it is high voltage. It is some of the veterans from the PUBG mobile scene in Nepal. And I believe they are definitely going to start stepping up their game today.
Since the times of this team being Code Zero, you remember those old times,
Yeah.
right? They used to play really good, and well, they used to have good fragging potential in the map of Vikendi. Well, RIP that map. But if you talk about nowadays, you know, it's like their opponents have been evolving as well, and they are trying to evolve at the same pace. But the pace kind of just, you know, is lacking in the way of, you'll call it, you know, miscommunications that are happening here and there. In the fast-paced movements, when you get those miscommunications, when you face those miscom scenarios, you'll understand the differences in your play style versus your opponents, because a bad fight for you is definitely a good fight for them. And high voltage, I would want the old high voltage to be back. You remember, obviously, those were the times with the extreme, just, you know, coming up in brilliant plays. Aussie, oh well, amazing plays, to be honest. But well, again, this high voltage assassin, we know he's capable of incredible things as well. He has showcased that day in and day out. Previous time, he was among the top fraggers as well in the previous seasons.
I mean, I completely agree with that. I mean, those individual moments of brilliance that were there from the lads of high voltage, they seem to be missing in the performance that we saw from them yesterday. So I think that is something that the team needs to bring back to the table. Because even in the previous season, as you wonderfully mentioned, Ocean, the communication was a bit off from time to time, and that did result in high voltage running into unfavorable situation. But again, the players that they have are so experienced and so good on the mechanical front of the game that they brute forced their way out of those situations, and that is not happening right now for the team. I think they a little bit more sort of priority is right now being given from the side of high voltage to turning down the level of aggression a little bit, and basically analyzing the situations before they run in. But that's not their playstyle. We've seen them be all about those gunfights and all about those aggression for almost a year now, more than a year now. And this late with the same lineup, I mean, still making the switch in the playstyles, I mean, it's going to be a bit tricky. But even for today, I mean, they're not too far away from the qualification point. Just 5 points and they make it in the top 16. So it's going to be quite important for high voltage that whatever matches they have left, 4 matches today, they at least managed to get 8 minimum points in those 4 matches. Just so they have the safety cushion at the end of the day.
You know, this schedule definitely just, you know, showcases that having more number of Miramars right now gives you that breathing space to just, you know, play around. Obviously, every team has to play 2 Miramars out of the 3 because of the group division that there is, right? Equal number of Miramars, equal number of Erangels just coming down in both the days. So yeah, but it at the end definitely shows that for the start of the day, if you are in group A, B, C, D, you know, you will have to get that decent start for yourself. Maybe we can exclude group D out of this one, because group D, just after playing the first game, they'll be sitting down for you know, outside the second game. So yeah, but group A, B, and C, these 3 groups need to carry forward that momentum in first and second game altogether if you guys are struggling. Otherwise, I would say it's just a happy story.
I mean, especially, I mean, as you mentioned, the teams that are struggling, teams like 1952, who are outside the top 16 right now, it's going to be quite important for them to figure out how to get in within the first 2 matches itself, because they're going to be sitting out the third, and then they will be playing the 4th and the 5th game in the day. But then during those matches, I mean, the first game, I feel like the first and the second game, I feel like are the ones where you will have a little bit more of a breathing room during the mid to late game stages, because Stalwart Esports is not there, Train to Kill is not there in the very first match. You go into the second one, Skylightz Gaming is not going to be playing, DRS is not going to be playing. So the teams that are responsible for majority of the eliminations being picked up are not going to be there, and I think the other teams can use that as an opportunity to capitalize, which I mean IHC is clearly doing. So maybe we're going to see them snatch the first spot away, but there's a lot of difference, so it's going to be tricky.
Just think about it, Johnny. The team of Skylightz have had an average of 12 eliminations per game. Obviously, I get it. Their last game was just out of the world. They went bonkers with everything. Fun fact, I was just watching that match and I did realize one thing, and that is, do you remember, till 38 people alive, they did not have any single
Exactly.
kill.
Yeah.
They were their 4 players. That means 34 people. Out of those 34 people, they eliminated 23.
I mean, and it was very interesting the way they did it as well. Because I mean, me and Necro were having a discussion uh, after the game was done, and Skylight Gaming, they had beautifully positioned themselves towards the northeast,
Yeah.
northwestern edge
Yeah.
of the circle, and majority of the teams were either towards the northeast or towards the southern parts of the map. And Skylight Gaming somehow figured out a way to basically capitalize on every single fight that they ran into, going into those rotations, and it was a beautiful performance from their side. But again, as you mentioned, I mean, now this sort of brings to us, I mean, a lot of expectation. We expect a lot from them now going into the Super Weekend, because they are pretty much
Yes.
already qualified, right? You can't sit out a Super Weekend if you score 100 points, almost 100 points in one day. So they are going there. But what are they going to do during the Super Weekend? And then that is something that we
Exactly.
are just left to
That's
anticipate, and we can't predict.
Yes. And that's the exact question right now, because if, all right, if they don't have that composure for themselves, the same
Yeah.
way they have right now, things might just be a bit tricky for them. Look at the middle of the screen. That's where you see those 4 lads of Skylight Gaming, just coming down. And I see Galzin just struggling a bit in his black t-shirt. What does that say? Something weird, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure he just wants to win, right? But yeah, this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is today's first game coming down onto the map of Miramar. And well, we'll have to see which team dominates right from the beginning of it. And well, by the looks of it, I'm telling you, everyone's ready. Everyone just, wants to get a piece of the pie for themselves. And talking about the flight path, this is going to be really important and interesting one, because yesterday we saw Lost Lunis Circle in the first Miramar, right? The flight path was quite a bit onto the other side. That started from Val del Mar to Torre Ahumada. People were trying to get to the Lost Lunis areas as soon as they can. Right now, this one starts from the backsides of the El Azaha to El Pozo. Hacienda, Water Treatment, they are decent areas. Crater Fields, like from El Pozo, if someone wants to rotate from around the circle, that is from Cruzeval, they can go down to Terra Bronca from Crater Fields. But if we talk about the areas like Lost Lunis, Chumacera, I mean, Lost Lunis, I do expect again, like maybe one
Are you
team would
sure?
want to drop down to that area, but no, not the circle, not the
Oh,
circle. The teams.
Yeah.
The teams.
I thought you were
No.
going to say it today. I expect
No.
one more Lost Lunar Circle. I was like, do you want to try that again? So, but on a more serious note, Ocean, where do
Yeah.
you think the circle is going to be in this game?
You give me more than 10 seconds, I'll tell you.
Yeah, you
'Cause that-
have more than 10 seconds. I mean, the game just started, so.
Yeah, I'll see. That's what I was gonna say. Montenuevo. But yeah, so in this kind
Alright,
of circle,
so the final circle? Yeah.
no. So final circle is definitely gonna be around in between Montenuevo, Power Grid, La Drilla, those areas, right? Because that definitely sounds like a really good area for it. But look at this TRZ, a team that is struggling a lot. This, for the starters, looks like their zone.
I mean, exactly. This could be the perfect start for the team. TRZ going towards Ladriela. I mean, just west off of the edges of the city of Ladriela. Will have a lot of breathing space to loot, but the same cannot be said for Venom Legends. And this is not looking good. We saw them and Savage Esports be part of early game collisions again and again, and both of them are struggling because of that. Savage Esports a little bit more than Venom Legends, but still, there's not a lot of difference between the two teams. We're going to have to see how this fight is going to begin. So far, Rage on our screens right now as his teammate Dictator
So
is
Johnny,
going to try and position himself to see if he can find some extra loot or spot out some lad from Savage Esports. Yeah.
so with all due respect, I mean, obviously, I don't think so that a lot of people know this or not, but you and I, we definitely know it. Like Ronin from IHC.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Xuse is a really good friend of mine. We talk like a lot here and there about the games and all those things. I do see this new IHC being a bit what is this, really serious with their gameplays, even in the league days. But do you remember those old times when IHC would, like the Zeus would drop at any location, anywhere they would want to, will try to take any fights? I mean, I miss that.
Yeah.
I miss that Zeus 2.0, like what was it, 1.0 or something, right? We see the Zeus 2.0 in IHC, which is a bit
Yeah.
more serious right now. But then that old team, they were enjoying when they were playing. Not that this team is doing that as well, but I want to see those kind of plays again.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see those plays again too. But the thing is, again, as I said earlier on, the advantage that the lads from Zeus Esports had back then was the fact that no one from South Asia had faced them before. So it was the element of surprise that at one point did play in their favor. But I mean, you have to give them props. I mean, they did also possess incredible amount of raw mechanical skills. All the lads of Zeus Esports back then. I mean, still to this day, these lads are very scary to go up against. But the thing sort of that changed everything was the fact that as they continued to play more and more with the other teams from South Asia, everyone got used to them. Everyone got
Yeah.
used to the speed that they played in. Everyone got used to the aggression, and everyone started implementing the best aspects of their play style, or trying to implement the best aspects of their play style into their own. And I mean, we did see a lot of evolutions come along in the way. Talk about what we saw from Wizards Vibes the last time. Talk about
Yes.
how the lads that are playing for Skylightz Gaming right now have evolved from then till now. And again, some of the biggest names, I mean, did sort of pick up on what they were lacking when Zeus Esports sort of got in the mix. And I guess that was one of the major impacts that we did see on the entirety of the PUBG Mobile scene in South Asia a long time ago, that has resulted in the scene sort of evolving and getting better as a whole.
Also, there's one more thing that I would want to just shed some light on. Obviously, right now in this game, Stalwart is not playing, but I did get a chance to talk to Jurgal, the one that's the manager of Stalwart, and obviously with the guy Action as well. Action is a really cool and chill guy, to be honest, when it comes on to talking to him outside the game. But it's all about the fact that they explained it to me in the sense that they are way more serious right now than they used to be in the previous tournaments. And you know what they used to do in previous tournaments. Now, if they are way more serious, I mean, I don't know what they'll just bring onto the table. But right now, talking about the roadmap that there is in front of IHC, look at where they're moving from. They're moving from backside of the hill. Savage's players were there. Venom's Rage is just around the corner as well. I believe Hershey might just extract some syrup out of Rage.
I mean, this is going to be quite interesting to see if there are shots fired between Venom Legends and Savage Esports right now. A few more exchange, then I think information can definitely be relayed to the lads of IHC as well if they decide to come in this direction. But look at Dictate and, well, spots out Hershey, dishing out a little bit of damage. Will not be able to find a knock though, but Hasla on the other side with the scar in his hand finds an opening, is going to be forced to back off as the shots, the damage did in fact get traded out. Hustler is still on his feet, and Savage Esports, they have an advantage in this 4v4.
The times when Sanchir, Hustler, they used to, play under different teams, different names in the previous tournaments, right? They had their own story, they had their own play styles when they used to bring those things together. Right now, it showcases that obviously the synergy is being made, but that synergy, it's coming up quick. Look at this, how easily they just took down one player of Venom, and now 3 will have to just retaliate. They'll have to fall back. They'll have to take this vehicle and drive to the moon, to the stars as soon as they can, because they have no other choice in all of these situations. Also, they are 1,500 meters outside the circle. And well, Johnny, remember the first time we were doing PMCO South Asia? 17 or 18 people died in Miramar because of the circle itself. So, I mean, come on, pay respect to the zone, guys.
What's going on, Ocean? Why are you so nostalgic all of a sudden today? Just like living
this
in the
game
memories.
brings up nostalgia, my friend.
I mean, yeah, but why today of all days?
Because after a year, it's the first time I'm doing casting. I'm casting on a Wednesday.
Oh, wow. That is just weird, my friend. But still, I'll give you this. I mean, what you said is, in fact, very true, ladies and gentlemen, because that happened the first time you and I were. Like, that's the first time we were made aware of the South Asian region as a whole. We saw what the teams from Nepal were capable of, and it was the very first Miramar of the tournament where 17 lads were taken out by the second blue zone.
Remember when 4 teams were to just qualify from South Asian region, and Deadeyes Guys was at 7th position. They got 40 points in the final game. The circle was of ruins in Erangel. They got that win for themselves. Those were the games. Those were the days. If you talk about it, there were teams like Hype and all, like some amazing teams, amazing names just came up, and now we are looking forward onto the future, and well, we'll see new champions rising up definitely.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we will see new champions. We will see new contenders rise up as well. But for now, talk about rising up. Assault from Raw Esports trying to find his way up this mountain has the players of DRS quite close to him that he has to worry about. His teammates are following him quite closely, so the backup is already there. But Raw Esports, as they try to get the high ground for themselves, it's going to be quite tricky for them to find their way back down onto the ground, onto the earth. It is not going to be easy, because once you get up on top of that mountain, DRS is going to have a field day with them.
Oh, this Lambo. I have
Looks
this.
pretty.
I have all of these though. You know, I mean, for a person whose Twitter's name is Lamborghini, will have
Yeah.
to have all the Lamborghinis for himself. So yeah. But right now, Raw just
So-
trying to rotate from the backside. Yeah.
Does that mean that you only drive the Lamborghinis?
I mean, in real life, I sat in one. So one of my friend's friend, that's
Yeah.
a long relationship, trust me. Has
That's
has
a lot of
has
friends.
yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of friends. It's just I had to just get my way with him because of that Lambo. So you can call me Lambo digger if that is the case. But yeah, I sat in his Lambo, and trust me, it was incredible. Now seeing these Lambos in the game, oh man, they are just amazing.
I mean, the Lambos are pretty amazing, but what is even more amazing is the fact that look at where the lads from Phantom and IRC are. What are they doing there? It's too late in the game, sticking on the southern edge of Miramar right now. I mean, that's an interesting strategy for them from this
Oh.
team.
And look at high voltage. We had a conversation about high voltage, right? High
Yep.
voltage is struggling again. This was not supposed to happen, but DRS just not trying to take the players down, trying to pressurize them. And well, they're doing it good as Prabeen. He was knocked out. He was taken down and out of the lobby. And now ElementriX's Sus is taking down the players from 1952. And now Rule is trying to spot down a few players. Well, all right. He just is trying to quickscope, and maybe he's thinking that there's someone onto that side. But I would say the more he should be concerned to his backlines, because I see someone in that mini map onto his backside, and I believe he might just be stabbed from the backside, and he won't be able to say it to Brutus.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you said, I mean, the opportunity for him to say anything to his opposition, to the man that picked him off, is not going to be there. But I actually expected ElementriX to capitalize on this fight a lot sooner. But looking at the position of the rest of the teams, this makes a lot more sense for the lad to hold his ground. Sus is completely alone in that position, and on top of the mountain, the rest of his team is quite close to the power grid area, so he's going to have to wait for a long time. ElementriX regrouping for them, it's going to be a big challenge. But while that fight was happening, Ocean, we did in fact see Team Phantoms lose out on one of their lads as well, as Zeus Esports found a free pick in the middle of the rotation through the blue, and hopefully both the teams make it quite with the remaining number of players inside the circle. Otherwise, it's going to be quite tricky for them to survive the late game stages.
So, ladies and boys and girls, if you don't know, these kind of circles where nothing is happening, but the players are still trying to make up, the players are known as slot zones. And well, we are trying to bring out those slot zones into its own life by not having these discussions. But trust me, the way these slot zones work is like it gives all the players, all the teams, their own time to just make up a few strategies, which after the second circle is over, after the third circle is over, maybe after the fourth circle is over, they'll put it into the execution. And well, that is something that will just not come down to its own life. Look at Savage Asanji just trying to move forward. Well, he's trying, and he's trying good. And entry, well, he just saw that vehicle mark an exit.
Well, let's see. I mean, still all 16 teams remain in the game. 60 players still alive. Only 4 individuals have been picked up so far in this match. And again, IHC, what they're doing is very, very intriguing right now. Ocean, you said these lads, they are getting quite serious. But, I mean, look at that super, super late rotation. This is very, very unique because we never see them play like this. It's always with them. It's always been about the aggression, all about taking those fights, securing those elimination points for themselves. But this time they're taking their sweet time to regroup, to reassess the circle, the situation inside the circle, and where exactly do they want to go. But it looks like collision against A1 Esports. It is imminent for IHC Esports, and I think we're going to see that fight start soon.
Hopefully we'll see that fight just starting up really soon right now. Evil Eye just trying to spot down a few players that are just moving right close to him. Actually right in front of him, but though Hershey has just left the stage, left the area. Now 90-degree. Yesterday this player had a really good role on Miramar. I still remember the first Miramar that was just going on, and 90-degree was trying to make up a few plays. Although he did manage to make up a few decent plays, but not all of them. So yeah, 1952 is a team from where we'll be having those expectations in its highest of the forms. But right now DRS again, they are taking down a few players here and there. Look at the minimap though. So many teams are quite close to each other, but no one wants to engage because of the openness of the areas. You can knock down a few players, but then the rush in the open, I don't think so that will be a good idea. At least not now. Maybe after the 4th circle.
I mean, maybe after the 4th circle. I think I agree with you on that because, again, by then, I think towards the side of Montenuevo, you can't really avoid fights. And talking about fights, A1 Esports in one of their own against the lads from Seal. They have dished out a little bit of damage, but no pickups from either sides right now. Sinister, although looks like he's trying to position himself in a very wide spot for the lads of Seal Esports to deal with him. But on the other side, IHC still after Phantoms. They find another pickup. Vibes on the other side. Joker, we see him right now on our screens, having the lads of High Voltage in his crosshairs, going for the shots with the Mini 14, but will not find Assassin.
As of now, well, they do not. Joker onto the back lines right now, Montenuevo's area. And this is where we saw some initial fights happening yesterday as well. We saw, those few kerfuffles happening here and there. But now, Malik just sitting down onto his knees, trying to spot down someone. That buggy is done for. I mean, there are no tires left on that one. And that vehicle on the back lines as well. But 15 minutes and 20 seconds, 15 minutes and 30 seconds onto the marker, we'll see the next circle closing up as well. And the next circle forming up as well. Shifu, and just trying to give out a few calls to his teammates because they know there is one team right close to them. And the next circle's forming up as well. Wally is on a rolly right now as he's just trying to move forward. But well, if one player was spotted, I guess Deadeyes guys will be ready for the next ones coming up as well. And that's where Baron is. The red dot spray just trailing down on Baron, but not exactly hitting him or his vehicle, I suppose. But now it might, as Baron, he took a... What? Why did he break? Why was there a full stop?
I think this is going to be interesting. The result, whatever it may be, Baron has been picked off by the blue. And guys, this is going to be their opportunity to capitalize. But I think they hear the lads from Atrax headed their direction. And guys will look to reposition themselves. But on the other side, look at this. Raw Esports. And they have been caught off guard by the lads of TRZ. What is going on? TRZ trying to back off finally, but they have also lost one of their own who has been pinned down by the lads from Raw Esports. Assault with a frag being tossed out is not going to hit its mark. A lot of utility being exchanged by both the teams. One laying out all the smokes. Raw Esports right now going for the grenades, trying to see if they can find a pick with just the utility, which is going to be pretty hard to do. But DRS, so the third party is going to be here, and TRZ, they lose out on one of their players as Rules is going to find a very nice backstab.
Situations right now are getting quite tricky as Rules is trying to move forward. TRZ and Raw, two teams right next to each other, and then there is Rules who wants to rule all of these areas by himself. Although his backup, look at the minimap, right? His team is quite behind, quite far behind as compared to where he is. Hershey just taking down one from Venom Legends, and now Raw's Mamagor is trying to take down a few players as well, but well, just fading out here. But 1952 becomes the first team to be eliminated. Again and again and again, 1952. Well, 2022 is not off for a good start as of now for them.
Yeah, a lot of struggle for the team, and it is not looking good, the situation that they are in right now. Raw Esports on the other side, they're still in their scuffle against the lads from TRZ. DRS trying to see if they can find one more pickup for themselves. IHC in the distance, they are also causing a lot of chaos over here. So just looking to be a part of the action from the distance. And again, so Ocean, as you said, the fourth circle, it is here. And now we're going to see all hell break loose for everyone
Yeah.
inside of the lobby as soon as the next blue zone closes. And we have the fifth circle, because then everyone is going to be forced to get out of the cover and take those gunfights. You can't avoid them anymore.
Exactly. Next in 10 minutes, all these 50 players will have to give everything that they have. Like Storm is creating a storm on that icy water lines for himself to just take down these desert storms for himself. Sanchir with that nade. What is it? A catch game happening between two players? But well, Sanchir, he did not dish out any sort of damage. Is trying to go for it again. He did see down the player right now. This nade might just be it as rules. He gets that damage on himself, and Liquid with that SLR is trying to dish out a few damage stats for himself. But now this area, look at the openness of this area, and look at the amount of teams that are here. The population density is increasing, and well, that means the zones coming up here as well. This is where DRS is. They'll have to hold this area if they need this chicken dinner.
Well, definitely holding the ground is going to be pretty important for them to secure this chicken, the very first chicken dinner of the first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. But IHC Esports, it looks like they're going to be in a world of trouble as Godless is going to be taken out. And Raw with a Molotov Assassin is just going to annihilate the lads from TRZ. And, well, he sends them to hell straight away. The Flames of Fury, quite deadly, as TRZ is going to be forced to take an exit. 13 teams still alive, 41 players inside the match. Savage Esports, IHC in the crosshairs of Eisenberg, but he's going to have to be extra careful right now, because there is a team on the flank, a team known as Phantom Esports, and they're going to look to cause a lot of trouble for them as well. And look at this, Venom Legends. Quite. That was just efficient, very efficient.
One nade to cook them all. That's what it was. All right, sealed over from the sidelines of A1 Esports is trying to take the fight for themselves. They'll have to go for the revives as well. Look at the Molotovs just coming up onto the players, and Dante is on the Dante's Inferno as he will be taken down by Wally. What a brilliant nade coming down, and now it's time for these Lamborghinis to roll out on the desert lands of Miramar. And Wally, well, he's enjoying every single kill for himself.
Well, definitely. Wally, the last player surviving for Seal Esports, and look what is happening right now. IHC so close to getting wiped out. Zul is going to fall down as well, and that is it. IHC, that's it for them in the first game, finishing on the 13th position. And I believe they don't even have that many elimination points to cover up, to make up for the placement points that they lost in this game. Phantom Esports, they've done a phenomenal job. They have secured a very nice position on the edge of the circle as well. Now it's time for them to start securing those placement points as well and trying to play for survival, because they're out in the open. If they try and force a fight, they're done.
But still, top 16, my friend, that's what IHC is already at. Don't
yeah.
need to worry about, much of a thing out here. But right now, Nima taking down his fight against the team of Deadeyes Guys. On the other side, ElementriX still trying to take up their fight against High Voltage. Looks like that fight is not going to be stopping up anytime soon right now in all of these situations. Things are not looking that good. DRS, meanwhile, look at this. They have that area for themselves. Savage on the other side, right close to them. Vibes onto the lower ground. You see the map. You see the distribution. Vibes, if the circle's not on them, they'll have a really hard time to climb up that mountain from the open areas. Really bad for them.
I mean, this could even be worse, but Ocean DRS, the soldiers are going to be in heaven right now and enjoying themselves. Look at this, one after the other. Killer YT getting 3 knocks and trying to secure those finishes is only going to be walk away with, will only be able to secure just 2 eliminations for himself, as the rest of them get picked up by the other lads on the map. But still quite unfortunate. They do have a good position on the game, though. Raw Esports struggling right now as DRS turn their attention to their main competition in this lobby. Do find a few openings, but still not opportunity to capitalize, as the distance between the team, the distance that separates these two teams is quite a lot, so you can't really force a fight against Raw. If you are the lads from DRS, you're going to look to clear up the surroundings first and then slowly and steadily just focus on them in the late game stages.
Look at Mr. Wuro. It looks like he's in a bit of a pickle situation. But, well, he'll have to come out of it. He's the last man standing. We'll have to go for the placement points right now. 17 still surviving, 18 players still alive. But Raw, with those 8 kills for themselves, they have a good number. TRS with 6, they have a good number. In fact, they have all the four players, but Waru heck again! Just like yesterday, he tried to make a bold move, but well, it just did not work out enough onto his own favors. Assault right now just trying to go for a few smokes. Eisenberg meanwhile taking down one player as well. 5 teams, 14 players in play zone is doing its own job as well. But DRS and Raw, their battle might just be legendary.
I mean, it always is between these two teams. Definitely, it's going to be quite epic this time as well. But Savage Esports might just be the X factor that this game needed, and we needed for maximum entertainment, I guess, because they're holding on to their position quite nicely. The three players that remain for the team, and I think the intention with the way they are positioning themselves, it's quite clear. They do not want to take a direct fight against either Raw or DRS. They want to let both of them settle against each other, settle the score between them first, and whoever remains, then Savage Esports is going to climb up, try and take the fight against them, try and see if they can capitalize on the numbers already being dwindled down, the team coming out of an extended fight, not being at the best. They're going to try and do that, but they have to be careful because Vibes, they have their number. And Vishal with a nade can actually just completely ruin their game plans.
He did throw a nade though, but it exactly did not hit its marker where it was supposed to. 4 teams right now, as you can see. Raw, they have 3 players. DRS has all the players surviving. Savage as well has 3 players, and Vibe has 3 players as well. Only Joker has 1 kill from Vibes. They'll have to get more and more. They want to just have a decent amount from this game. And Malik looks like is starting up that thing as he takes down Eisenberg. 1 more nade just coming down from Malik. Will try to move forward as well. What is happening right next to him as Sanchir is just sitting onto his marker around the smoke. Switches on to FPP. Brilliant understanding of the game. Just switching down to FPP around smokes. And well, from the backline was Rules, trying to take down a few players as well. Sanchir finishes down Vishal, and now Sanchir is moving forward. Joker as well trying to switch to FPP. Right now is on TPP, but Joker looks like he's missing out on all the markers. But well, no, from the backlines it was Rules' nade that rules everyone, and Joker will be taken down as well as DRS. The real soldiers, they are onto their own marker. 11 finishes for them. They'll get more, definitely, but will they get that chicken dinner? That's the question, as Rules has nades in his own self. Delta taking down 1 more person. Assault is on a rampage, but Assault will have to do something, but he cannot as he's down. Mamagod is the last one surviving. Delta moving forward, 13 bullets. Will go for the reload, 35 to end it. Will he be able to? How many is trying? Mamagod is the last one surviving. Not anymore as the real soldiers bring it home.
Well, quite an impressive finish right there from DRS. I mean, could have been anyone's game up until the top 4 teams, but DRS just making sure that they timed their aggression quite nicely, quite precisely, and well, we know these lads definitely have the gun skills to back it up as well. So, an interesting finish, a very, very important finish for them to set up a strong momentum for the Super Weekend, because DRS, ladies and gentlemen, with this match have brought themselves up on the 2nd position in the overall rankings, right underneath Skylightz Gaming right now. And talk about this, Ocean. On the overall rankings, first is Skylightz, second is DRS. I mean, the teams from Mongolia, they did quite, they were brilliant when they showed up earlier on. I mean, earlier on in the days, but now I guess the teams from Nepal, they have adjusted.
It's like everyone's reading everyone in their own senses. I won't be surprised if DRS tries to beat Skylightz as well. Obviously, they'll try. Maybe not now. Maybe in the Super Weekend when the points are just starting up from 0-0-0 right now for the first Super Weekend. They might try. But first position coming down for Skylightz, second going for DRS. I mean, it's just incredible.
I mean, it is pretty incredible. But we will break down the action and the match a little bit more in detail after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma alongside with me, ladies and gentlemen. The first match of the day is done, where we just saw DRS Gaming get an amazing chicken dinner for themselves. But the question now becomes, can they be consistent with this?
That's the only question, right? When it comes
Yeah.
down to this day, obviously they are qualified for being in the top 16 for the Super Weekend. But that consistency, if they start off today and if they keep on just forcing it till the Super Weekends, I'm pretty sure they'll be getting $1,000 for every chicken that they just bring onto their paycheck table, I would say. But well, let's have a look at the MVP for this game, just as we were just talking about, and I'm pretty sure there might just be a lot of players because we saw a lot of rampages happening, a lot of players taking down their opponents in well 6 eliminations on rules. I mean, this player definitely started off on a really good note.
You could say he rules, right?
This guy rules.
Yeah. A very bad joke, but that's who we are, ladies and gentlemen. And again, as we were talking about
We
rules,
rule.
yeah, we rule as well. DRS, they have rules in their team, so they are destined to rule, I guess, if you could make that happen. But still, I think this team definitely has what it takes to make it happen. Definitely, for sure, I think hands down, DRS, they're going to be one of the top contenders right now. Yesterday, I think they had a slow start, but towards the end of the day, we saw them build the momentum. And today, it looks like they're carrying it forward. So, Rules had a good game. Delta and Killer YT not too far behind. 4 eliminations on Delta, 2 on Killer YT. But still, the damage numbers, the damage that was dished out by these individuals, it looks really good. Phantom Esports, I have to say, it's quite an interesting approach that they have. Because usually, when you see teams playing from the edge, you don't see them try to force their way into team fights.
Yeah,
Phantom
that's true.
Esports
That's
was
true.
doing that quite often. I mean, from the 3rd to the 4th circle, they were just trying to force those fights from the edges.
Exactly, but when it comes down to the comparison of the first two teams, that's where you'll see the difference of 5 extra eliminations that DRS has as compared to Raw. With the damage stats, that's 1, 2, 3, 0. 1230 higher as compared to the other team that there is, but damage received ratio is something that just creates a bit of a confusion on my mind. DRS, they only took smarter fights.
Yeah.
Raw, they tried, but they were not so smart because the damage received on them showcases that yes, they were losing down on players as well, time in and time on. That also shows in their average survival time, which is around 57 seconds lesser as compared to DRS's, which creates a bigger difference though.
Exactly. Plus, I think along with that, Raw, I think, were a part of the action from early stages of the game. So, because of that, we saw them struggle a little bit. But looking at the match summary, this was a match that was ruled by Rules OG, because highest eliminations, highest damage, highest assist as well. And then there is his teammate Delta on the highest knock chart. But still, Rules just being the first almost everywhere. Liquid, although from the side of ElementriX, has the longest distance travel for himself with 269 being the number. That's a little low. Oh, highest distance elimination on Miramar, 269?
Yes. 296.
296, sorry.
Johnny,
290,
for a person who loves maths, I mean, I find that really, really disturbing. But well, coming down,
Numbers confuse me, Ocean. I'm not good with numbers. I was talking about this with the Necro yesterday when we had to make a few calculations and you weren't there.
Yeah, then you were discussing it with the wrong person. But yeah, talking about this, right? DRS coming up with 29 points for themselves. Raw with 21. Savage. Yesterday as well, they were in top 5 in the first game. Today as well, in the first game, they're in top 5. That just showcases pretty good aggression coming up from this team. But then, what I'm worried about mostly is TRZ 1952. You know the overall standings, it will create a lot of difference when it comes down because one group was not playing. That group indeed is a group of excitement because they'll come back in the next game. And A1 Esports as well. They only have 3 points from this game.
I mean, again, as you mentioned, TRZ and 1952, I think things haven't improved for them since yesterday because the results that were showcased by them was the very first game they started with the 13th place finish with 0 eliminations. It's worse right now. They finished 15th with 0 eliminations. So, yeah, things are looking not so good for TRZ in particular. 1952, they also have taken a dip, but I think DRS on the other side, I'm talking about the team that actually did pretty well for themselves, and I'm going to keep on talking about them while we have a look at the open moments of this match as well.
Yeah.
DRS yesterday in the first match, they finished 8th with 1 elimination. For their second game, they finished 6th with 6 eliminations. Then they went on to get a chicken dinner with 8 elimination in the game in the 4th match of the day. And even in the last game, they finished 5th with 4 eliminations. So the point average yesterday was actually pretty good for them. But in this match, they did in fact, get 10 plus eliminations already. So that's 25 plus points already secured from the first game. DRS have set themselves up for success, I guess, for the entirety of the day. And if Skylightz Gaming, they do not show up big in the matches that they have remaining, if IHC and Stalwart Esports starting off fresh, if they don't show up big in their first game, I think DRS, by the end of the day, if they can be as consistent in the next 4 matches after this one, of course, because they are going to be skipping out on match number 2 since they are in Group D, I think they definitely can put a dink in the armor of Skylightz Gaming if they manage to snatch the first position away from them going into the first Super Weekend.
Yeah, actually, for sure, they can just manage to just go for it, as we just talked about it. But then again, there are still a few games remaining, just like you said. Those games can create sometimes lots and lots of differences, especially for the teams around, I would say, not exactly 10 to 20, but like 12 to 20 or something. Maybe you have 3 really good games and you can jump up. Maybe you can have 3 really bad games, no points, or maybe 1 or 2 points in all the 3 games combined, and well, something that was looking really good for you might just be snatched away from you, just like this chicken that was snatched away from Raw, as they were the last they had just 1 player standing for themselves, and DRS, well, they were looking really good. They have this habit of snatching away things in the last moments, in the last tournaments as well. We have seen that, but right now 2500 plus damage for this team that we saw. Meanwhile, the others, only 2 teams have more than 1000 though.
Well, yeah, I think again this match was very interesting because we did not have those elongated team fights between 2 teams in particular. I mean, no 2 teams were against each other for long, right?
Yeah.
As soon as one squad fight would start, 1 4v4 would begin, there would be someone and instantly chiming in with the third party. I mean, talk about DRS. We saw Killer get those 3 knocks out in the open, but he only was able to secure, I believe, 1 or 2 eliminations from that. So securing those elimination points even after dishing out the damage was becoming very, very tricky for the teams. I think the only surprise is Venom Legends and 1952 towards the bottom, just barely managing to make the double-digit damage numbers and not even getting those, not even getting a decent number of eliminations in the game. Because again, surviving till late on Miramar, it can be quite tricky, but you have to think about the fact that if you rotate in early, all you have to do is just hold your ground and just survive in a position. Doing that with an entire team is a lot more easier. But overall standings right now, and the difference between DRS and Skylightz Gaming is not that much, Ocean.
Definitely not that much, although it still is quite a bit. But then again, DRS can just close in on this one as soon as they would want to. They can have a few decent games, but then again, will they be able to able to topple up Skylightz? That's the question. Meanwhile, 7C, High Voltage, 1952, TRZ, struggling a bit. A1 Esports, Atrax, Train to Kill, ElementriX. I mean, there's still a few chances. ElementriX, it seems like they can qualify though still. They can have decent games for themselves. They can, but then again, what if they don't? What if a team just is not in top 16? It will be a big blow to all the fans out there.
It's not just ElementriX. Right underneath them, right on the verge of getting eliminated, is Train to Kill as well. And again, Train to Kill is one of those lineups, as we talk about Skylightz Gaming, as we talk about DRS, as we talk about Deadeyes Guys and JyanMaara and ElementriX, of course. Train to Kill also have their own legacy in the Nepal circuit of PUBG Mobile. And I think it is quite important for teams and the players to live up to those expectations that the fans have. But again, I mean, yesterday was quite an unfortunate day for T2K. Today, hopefully, it's going to be a little bit better. But ladies and gentlemen, having a look at the schedule, we're going to be returning to the homeland once again. Erangel is going to the map coming up next, and Group D is going to be the group that's not going to be playing. So that's TRZ, A1, DRS, and Skylightz Gaming sitting out. Stalwart Esports, Train to Kill, JyanMaara, and JyanMaara Esports are going to be chiming in because Group A is back. And again, As we talked about train to kill just now, this is going to be their opportunity to shine. This is their opportunity to find a way to secure and already have a spot safe in the top 16.
We talked about this previously only. This team Skylightz, they yesterday ended and they had what 12%, 12 point something as an average for overall kill points, but right now it shows 11.67 for Erangel itself. That just showcases that the Erangel domination has been on a different tool as compared to the Miramar domination. Obviously, they played 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars yesterday. Now they're playing 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars as well today. So yeah, that definitely shows. Talking about IHC, just comes up on a smarter note because teams from Mongolia, they like to rotate slow. This time as well, IHC was trying to rotate slow, but the only thing was they were caught off individually while they were rotating and while they were just sitting onto their own grounds. As we saw one player, IC, just sitting, just trying to mark up his own cover with his vehicle, and he was blown up into smithereens. So now it just comes down to Erangel. Erangel is something that all these teams know. Erangel is where IHC mostly tries to go to the back sides of George Pole and all those areas. Like those are the places where they just try and go for. And well, Stalwart is coming in as well. Stalwart, we know they have started off their journey from Novorupno. I would like to rotate faster in the first circle's northern side. Then they try to rotate really slow. That's like the standard basic way of rotation. But now, will they be able to capitalize on that? That's the bigger question right now.
I mean, that is definitely quite an important question. I mean, but as you were talking about IHC a little bit earlier on, Ocean, again, I think you will agree with me on this. IHC, this is a new uncharted territory for them. Playing slow, not being aggressive, showing trigger discipline, not running towards gunshots that they hear a few hundred meters away from them. So this is going to be a new thing that I think we're going to be seeing from IHC Esports. But as you said, you had a conversation with the lads, and they also hinted that now they are going to start getting serious. Now they will try and combine a little bit of tacticality with the amount of gun power that they have. But I think till they themselves get a hang of things in this kind of a lobby, we're going to see the fall off be there, and it's not going to be significant, but you're going to notice those little slip ups like we did notice in fact on Miramar as well, because earlier on, I mean, their entire thing on Miramar was just get in early and then try and see how many pickups that you can get.
We'll see, how many pickups, how many numbers they can just get for themselves. Obviously, for that, the game will have to start off in a while. We'll see the flight path, we'll see their rotations, their movements, and all those things because they matter. But at the end, these things, it's kind of a thing, right? These things only matter for as much as like third circle. After that, your gunfight, how many players are surviving, how much of how much of you are into that battle and all that matters overall. And I believe these players would be ready to do that.
I think the lads are ready. And indeed, yes, they are. Everyone is sitting in their rooms, all focused, all zoned in into the screens of their devices, ladies and gentlemen. And we are all set to begin match number 2 of second day of the league play stages. It's going to be quite exciting to see who is going to come out on top. Skylightz Gaming, DRS, 2 of the biggest contenders right now. The top 2 in the leaderboard are going to be sitting the action out. And as we head towards the plane, where is the flight path going to lead us? Where is the circle going to be inside of the match? There's the plane. There's Erangel written behind it. And there's the map starting from the military island, headed towards the northeastern edge of the map. There's going to be quite interesting to see how the players are going to take to this drop location. Stalwart Esports, although, are going to be very happy about this. They like to go towards Novorupno. It's going to be quite close from the plane path, and it's going to make life a whole lot easier for them. But same thing can't be said for Seal Esports, as they're going to be in a little bit of a challenge earlier on if the circle is on the northern part of the map. And if it specifically head towards the northeastern side of the map, then they might have to take an early fight against Stalwart Esports. And who knows how the early fight is going to go. I mean, maybe you lose out on 2 players and are left to struggle in the later stages of the match. ElementriX going for their standard drop towards the periphery area. It works out quite nicely for them in the early stages of the game every single time. But ElementriX, I mean, again, we need to see the consistency from their side. And hey, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? There is a tide of change in the air, because joining me for this match, it is going to be the man, the myth, the legend, one half of the Panda Bros, Necro. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing absolutely fine. Just kicked out Ocean from this desk. I was like, all right, now it's my time.
Oh, no.
You better get the hell out of here. So now Ocean just left. Actually, no, he's just tied up on the chair right there in front of me. He also has a little bit of tape on his face. I've made sure he's not going to yell out. But now we have 7C and Phantom. Okay, quite close to each other, but it seems like the player 7C, he is all by himself. This is not going to be good news for 7C. But actually, Phantom, they decide to hunt him down.
Well, let's see. I mean, both the teams deciding against this. I mean, it is quite a peaceful start to the journey on Erangel right now, and Jukega nahi. I mean, again, we fell in love with this name yesterday, today as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd love to see him not bow down in front of anyone from the rest of the lobby and just try and be as dominating as that name sounds. But in order to do that, you need guns, you need weapons. He's looking for those weapons. His teammate is going to be there for the pickup, and well, off to the city of Pachinki to start looting for 7C Esports.
Ooh. Phantom over here now, they did drop off quite separated from each other. They're finally able to get themselves back up, but again, the problem is 7C quite close to them. Phantom Esports, they still haven't really found themselves a compound that they would actually call it a home for now, because you can take a look at their loot. They're not really looking that settled. Some of the players haven't even gotten hands on any kind of guns. So this late in the game, if you're not going to have even a gun in your hands, then you're lacking quite a bit.
Yeah. I think then you definitely will have to be extremely careful because you don't have any weapons. How are you going to take those fights?
True. Exactly.
Quite a conundrum for the lads, but still, I think everyone is going to be all looted up in the next few moments. They're going to have those armors, those helmets, the weapons, the scopes, everything, including the utility and the healing util as well. And we're going to start progressing towards the gunfight stages of the game, although talking about the circle. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a circle leaning towards the southwestern part of the map, kind of split between the main island and the military island. Not a lot of trouble for the teams in the early game stages, but I want to see some hard shifts right now between the circles. Even if it's towards the center, it's fine as long as the water is going to be there, but I want to see a hard shift towards the south. That's going to make the situation close to the military base a whole lot more interesting than what it would be if the circle just moves up north, because then it's just Seal Esports crossing instead of 10 different teams trying to take control of the bridge, which is a lot more fun to watch.
Oh, man. Bridge circle. I want to see one of those, man, especially after the new changes on the bridge. I want to see how these players are going to be implementing it because, of course, players in the end of the day, they've probably practiced on that bridge quite a while or for a long time. They have came up with probably or potentially a lot of new strategies. So I want to see what kind of showcase or what kind of strategies these players are going to be showing if it is a bridge circle. But the chances of that happening are pretty less because you take a look at ElementriX. They are right in the smack center. They're also having a great split for themselves. It seems like for now they have the most amount of land covered.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, it's going to be quite interesting to see what the strategies are going to look like. As yesterday was quite an interesting day for a lot of these teams, specifically a few of the big names, as we did mention, Train to Kill being one of them, Raw Esports as well. We saw them take a dip in the early stages of the day, but they did manage to recover with the third game yesterday, finishing fourth with 4 eliminations. Towards the end, they weren't able to secure a lot of points, but still do find themselves within top 16 for now. For now, as I said. So it's going to be quite important for teams like Raw, teams like High Voltage to at least try and see if they can consistently finish within the top 5, the top 6 every single match that they're playing, and along with that, just secure 4 to 5 kills in all of those matches as well. I think that's going to put them in a decent enough position to make it to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, indeed. And you talk about teams like Dax as well, TDK coming in now. Right on the 14th spot, they don't really have a lot of points to work off of with. TDK is one of those teams that we've been watching since a long time, right? And recently, in the past season, TDK was actually struggling with quite a lot of things. But hopefully now, they've got everything down underneath their belt, and I'm expecting a complete new TDK. But so far, they haven't really been doing that great. But day 2 is what I call the day of comebacks. So maybe the teams that are going to be on the latter half of the board, they're going to try their best to try and get themselves secured a 16th place in this Super Weekend.
Yeah, once again, ladies and gentlemen, only the top 16 teams will be making it to the other side to Super Weekend. But Seal Esports Wally is right now trying to back off 1952 Esports, trying to force this fight. It's a kind of a 1v2 situation right now for Wally, but with a nade in his hands, he's trying to see if he can find a knock. And C-Wine on the other side, though, has different plans, just takes a leap of faith into the waters just to survive. He knew the backup was on his way. He had taken too much time to engage against Wally, and 1952 just backing off from the situation entirely, just disengaging as they take a little bit of damage, but I don't think it's going to be anything to be worried about. If they are in a safer position, they can easily back off and try and find a different spot with good cover where they can heal, where they can regroup, reset, and then look forward to moving in this game, to moving into the later stages of the game.
Exactly. It's 1952. They're not really ready for a fight just yet because Seal, of course, they have a really great positioning over them. To try and breeze through Seal's defense, it's going to be a little tough because they're already positioned for success. On the other hand, 1952, they don't even have a lot of info to work with. So you better not try and challenge a fight like this where you're pretty much just going to try and hope that maybe you're going to try and win the fight. You always want to put your skills on top of luck. And that's what 1952 exactly realized and decided to back off for now. But they're not going to back out just yet as they've taken a couple of shots on the players. They did find out a couple of shots. A little bit of shots connected on the Wally, taking down a half HP. Nothing critical just yet, though. As you can take a look at the circle as well, a heavy amount of vehicles from the top side. A wave of vehicles just moving in from north. TDK quite close, and it seems like they're actually going to camp this bridge out. There's another one of those teams that is closing in quite low. It's going to be Raw, right next to the players at TDK. Maybe this is their chance to try and kick things off well in this game.
Well, it's going to be quite interesting to see what the approach is going to look like from the rest of the teams. But ladies and gentlemen, as you said, Necro, D2K managing to find the first blood against Raw. And it's going to be Sandesh with a pickup for his team. Needs to be extremely careful. 700 meters for them. 70 meters before they close in towards the zone. And in fact, are going to be quite safe. But now, since they have given the information away to the lads of Raw, they're going to be waiting for them. Raw will have, in fact, set up some form of defenses to try and gatekeep the lads of T2K as soon as they cross the bridge. But they're going to have their own troubles to worry about as they are headed towards the lads of Vibes on the Ruins area. On the other side, though, look towards the Novorepnoy Bridge where Stalwart Esports is. They're going to have so much fun just taking those shots on the teams that are on the shorelines of the main island. I think that's going to be quite an interesting thing to see, to exactly see what Stalwart Esports are going to be thinking for the mid-round stages. And we have quite a central shift. Still, the water separates the two pieces of land inside the circle. And again, this was quite an overexposed rotation from the side of Raw.
Yeah, it was.
Not knowing that Train to Kill is there waiting for them to show up.
Yeah, quite an exposed. And this is what I talked about, right? Especially when you're not going to have a lot of info to work with. Especially if you're not going to know if the pathway in front of you is clear, then you should not try and go for it unless if you have a man scouting it out. But on the other hand, we also did see JyanMaara getting eliminated out the game. Another one of those teams that personally did not expect to take an exit that easily or that early from the game. I'll actually scratch that. They haven't been eliminated just yet. It's just a couple of casualties on their side. But Stalwart Esports, a risky rotation from the back quite late as well. Did pan out well for them, but as they have also taken a lot of casualties. Action is barely surviving on a sliver of health. He's going to make it back to safety for now, though. But again, he's also getting charged on by the players of Dax. And Dax, they're not going to let this happen. If Action is able to get this reset through, Dax, they are going to be potentially sweating bullets. Look at Action. This man's quite focused. He is playing for the win in this one as he's going to get the rest back up on the first man. Pika, he's back up on his feet. And now Action is going to try and get the rest back up on the other players. Stalwart Esports, they should be able to get a successful reset in this fight.
Well, the reset is going to be there, but Scry is on his knees again. Action has taken a lot of damage as well. It's just Pika who's left to toss the utility towards Spike from the DRS squad. Now, DRS did, in fact, give a lot of breathing room to the players of Stalwart Esports to reset, but it's going to be quite important to see how these two teams well, how they look at the situation to see how the progression is going to go towards the circle. Right now, the utility exchange is what is happening between the two squads. Action is made sure that Pika and Scry are back on their feet and they're all set ready to move out of this spot. But Argo from the distance is trying to see if he can find another knock, another opening, another opportunity to put Stalwart Esports down. Is that going to happen? Pika is the last man left behind, trying to go through the open fields, not taking any damage, and does manage to find a safe spot for now.
Oh,
But
man.
still, they're stuck in the blue.
Yeah, he's also tanking a lot of damage from the blue, so that's not going to be a good news. But Stalwart Esports, they have 3 players up, and they're quite lucky, not going to lie. Dax, if they decide to charge on forward, especially if they knew that there was the only man left alive, things could have been way different. Stalwart Esports would not have been in the game, and we know what happens when you give a team like Stalwart Esports a second chance to try and make their comeback in the overall rankings. I mean, they're already doing quite well. They're pretty much on top 4. But this game, if they're able to kick things off well, then pretty much we never know. Maybe they can be the king of the hill as well in the overall rankings. But for now, I feel like Vibes is one of those teams that we need to talk about, right? All these teams at this point in this PMPL, they pretty much have a lot of experience to work with. There are a couple of countable new names, though, but majority of these teams, we've been casting them over years. And now, day 2, they know how important day 2 is. Every single team is going to try their hard. But if you talk about the experienced team, if you talk about teams that are confident, that know that they are going to be in the top 16, this is their training grounds. This is their testing grounds.
I mean, yeah, I completely agree with you on that, that this is definitely the testing ground, the combine, if you will, for a lot of these new lads, a lot of the teams that have gone through rebuilds, and for them to try and figure out that what they did during the downtime, is it working for them? On the other side, ElementriX, again, we talked about ElementriX yesterday, the arc of redemption, it's still going to hold true for the team. And they are struggling a little bit, if I'm being honest, in terms of their performances on the overall rankings on the leaderboard. But still, the objective remains the same. Finish in the top 16, make it to the Super Weekend, and then you try and see what you can do to the best of your ability to secure those points over there, because only Super Weekend points matter. All right, just trying to see if we can put the vehicle out of commission so that anyone over there is unable to rotate.
Yeah. Just trying to blow the tires up, and he was able to do so successfully. High Voltage, a team in the front, Venom Esports. If you talk about Venom Esports, personally feel really anxious for this team. They don't really have a lot of breathing space to work around with, but if you take a look at High Voltage, they can try and reposition themselves in the entire mountain if they want. They have a lot of breathing space. They have a lot of playing area. And High Voltage is one of those teams that has been playing for a lot of years as well. So I don't really need to elaborate a lot much more on this topic. So a team that is in the front, they will need to try and watch out from that team, because High Voltage, they're not going to let you go by just like that. So you better try and come up with some new strategies. IC, though, one of those teams that did quite well in the day 1, now coming inside day 2. I have a lot of hopes and expectations from them. I mean, they're in the top 3 in the league play. But moving forward in day 2, I want to see them on the first spot.
I mean, if they make it to the first position, it's going to make the standings a lot more interesting because, again, I mean, Skylightz Gaming at the end of the day yesterday did, in fact, have a massive, massive lead for themselves. And it won't be easy for the other teams to actually try and contest that. But talking about the game right now, I think this is a very interesting start to the Erangel. We have 15 minutes in. Only 5 players having been taken out. Still all 16 teams surviving. Everyone's holding strong. The circle in quite an open position. So with the next shift, I think the fights are going to start on happening. We're going to see a lot more chaos in this game. But Stalwart Esports, so they did, in fact, re-rotate back to the military island. And now they're going to try and make it to the main island through the military bridge. The last time Stalwart Esports, they did something like this. They secured an amazing chicken dinner, which was a long time ago. But still, again, put in a similar situation like that. And
yeah,
the distance is a little bit too much, I guess. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Not just easy, it's going to be next to impossible. Because look at the way Seal has positioned themselves. If any of the teams they want to cross the bridge over, it's going to be next to impossible. Because look at Baron's position, look at Wally's position, look at Demo 2. All the players are just ready with their guns. They'll try and take you down if you try to cross over the bridge. So might as well try and find some new ways to cross the bridge for sure. There are the staircases, though, that you can try and play off of with. As Venom Esports right over here, they do realize there's quite a lot of fights happening in the front. But they're not just taking any actions yet against that. Oh, the man from High Voltage, Waruji, is taking a lot of damage. He might just fall on top of the flames. No, he actually gets back to safety in the nick of time. But Praveen, too. All the players are taken down solo. High Voltage, they are on a struggling curve right now in this fight. Extreme goes down. That's a big man taken care of. Venom Legends, with now Extreme taken care of, they're also going to find a sweet little time to try and reset.
Well, let's see. Rafat going for a revive on his teammate. Has to be extremely careful. High Voltage with the utility can, in fact, take them down at any point. But Rafat with an 8 in his hands is going to try and see if he can toss it out, time it perfectly to get a knock going. But that is not going to happen. The charge is here. Venom Legends, they lose out on one. The trade is going to come in, and Rafat takes both of them down. High Voltage, the first team to be eliminated from this game. Venom Legends, they do survive with a decent number of players left, but I think after the revives are done, after they reset, that is when they're going to start moving again in this game.
Yeah, fights are breaking out so late. As Savage Esports do in the front, they're catching a lot of bullets from Raw. They're just raining down those bullets in the smoke, hoping that maybe some of the bullets will find a couple of connections, and that's what's happening. And now 1952 as well. They're going to try and take down the leftover players of Savage. So many shots. Pretty much the open field across now. Raw as well. They're going to start to sweat bullets as Venom Esports is right in the front. And now they will need to try and cross in the open. Smoke walls are deployed to make sure that the enemy team's not going to get any kind of line of sights in them. But at this point, at this late in the game, the players are just so spread out all across the board. It's going to be really tough to not get spotted.
Well, let's see. As you said, it is going to be it's definitely going to be quite tough to spot it. But if you do, I think that information is going to be quite key as well. On the other side, the Raw stuck out in the open. 7C Esports having them and the players from DAX completely pinned down. I mean, having all this information, you're going to have to make some plays on the back of this. But talk about back, and well, 7C Esports Memo is going to get stabbed in the back by the lads of Venom Legends. Just find an opening though. Takes Rafat down. Steel shot in the back, trying to see if he can back his teammate up. Memo takes a lot of damage, gets the second knock as well. What is happening, Venom Legends? This is going to be a massive blunder for the team. A 1v3 almost clutched out by Memo right there. But 7C Esports, they are going to retaliate. Their teammate has been taken down, and in turn, they wipe out the entire team. Venom Legends, the second exit of the game.
Look at the amount of damage though Memo is taking. It's going to be next to impossible to get this man back up on his feet. 7C. Oh, they spot out a couple of players in the front. 19 Esports. They're already getting opening against him. But hey, it's okay. At least there's a player called Sivan who's going to find another knock. He's going to find the knock and who's going to reply back in style against 7C. Now 7C, they will try and get the rest back up on the fallen man. Smokes are deployed, making sure none of the teams in the back are even on this side. They're going to get any line of sights on them. Should be an easy rest back up. But look at the amount of bullets that are being fired at this late in the game. IHC as well, they're starting to show themselves up. And now 7C, they're challenging fights all across the board. As Venom Esports right in the front. 7C, they're going to find a couple of knocks in free. And it's going to be next to impossible to try and convert those knocks into limbs. He finds another one. Precious is indeed really precious in this fight. He's proven every single player Venom Esports unparalleled.
I mean, definitely taking quite a lot of them down outside that hut, but 7C Esports, this is going to be a massive blunder from them. All players away from each other, spread apart, trying to take control of different parts of the map at the same time, and it's not going to work out for the team. As 7C Esports are going to be sent back to the lobby as well, ladies and gentlemen. Finally down to 11 teams, 35 players left alive in this game. Trained to kill, 2 players knocked out. Venom Esports with 2 of their own knocked out, make that 3. The last one still remaining. Yante from the squad of Atrax, having Phantoms completely pinned down. I think they are they will be sent to live up to the name and be made into phantoms in a few short moments, as Last Lad is just hiding behind a tree, just trying to see if he can keep his information hidden and keep his position hidden, which is not going to be quite easy for him, considering even ElementriX knows where he is.
Yeah. As I said, this late in the game, it's going to be really tough to try and avoid any sightlines of your enemies because players are just spread out in the open, especially if they're also going to be spotting out a couple of smokes in the open area. They're going to try and spam it. And most of the times, you are going to catch a couple of bullets onto yourself. Vibes as well in the kill board or in the kill feed. They're showing themselves up. Vibes, they are looking so good right in the smack center, having the best compound to work with. They also have the warehouse to try and play around with. On the other hand, Seal, they have been playing on the same place over and over again so far. But I also want to take your eyes on the split that Stalwart Esports has. Look at Pika and look at the rest of the players. Scry in action, so separated out from each other. Now, this split can also work in their favor, but right now it seems like it's not going to work in their favor because those two players, it's going to be next to impossible to find their footing on the land.
I mean, I agree with you on that. It's not going to be easy for them to try and find some sort of stability inside of the game, a moment to breathe, a moment to reset. But look at Vibes. They have a wonderful position for the late game stages, given the fact that they can hold on to this factory for a long time. ElementriX on the other side are about to face a world of trouble as they find themselves up against the lads of Deadeyes Guys. JyanMaara on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, the team to take an exit on the 9th position. So not a lot of placement points being secured and not a lot of eliminations as well. We do see them with points tally being 2 from this match. Top 8, top 24 players still surviving. The Atrax completely pinned down by Vibes, and I don't think they're going to get away with this.
Oh, man. Indeed, they're not going to be able to get away from that. Look at the amount of damage they're also tanking out from the wall of death. ElementriX looking quite well, but again, the problem is they still haven't really made their mark in the zone just yet. Seal over here, though, they're just raining down. They're just peppering down bullets in the front. 1952, it's going to be next to impossible for them to try and find a safe cover because they're taking quite a lot of shots from the front. And Seal, they're big chilling because they have the best compound to work with for now in the game. It's 1952. They still need to find their footing on the zone. Deadeyes Guys right here, too, next to him. Shouldn't really be that tough of a task for Deadeyes Guys to actually make their make their presence in the game. Scry is trying to crawl back up, and he's going to be able to do so. Scry is able to claw back up. He finds himself a safe little dip, and now it's just going to try and play around with it. Pika's position knows Stalwart Esports. Not a great news.
Well, it's not a great spot for the lad to be in, and even he knows it. Pika, he's just trying to keep himself hidden for as long as possible. But there will be a time when he's going to have to step out of the cover and try and see if he can take the fight. Deadeyes Guys, I think this is going to be the moment as Deadeyes Guys take a hit from the rear. They lose out on one of their lads who has been knocked out. And it is going to be quite interesting to see what the other team is going to do to retaliate. But on the other side, the Seal Esports find themselves in a very comfortable position. They have all their lads, 5 eliminations secured, top 4, only 14 players remaining, and Wally goes on domination. Vibes on the other side, Joker taking damage from the right, is not going to be able to run in cover in time and will get knocked out.
Oh man, top 4 teams alive. Deadeyes Guys as well is one of them. Seal, oh, they spot out Deadeyes Guys. It's going to be so tough now. Oh, not in the best position. But Seal, they're just going to keep on pressuring them. They're applying that pressure. Frag Boy, the only man left alive from that squad, the final glimmer of hope. And as I say that, Deadeyes Guys, they get taken out the game. Seal, they have such a good compound to work with, and they also have a little dip in the front too to try and play around with. But now the team that's in the front, it's going to be Vibes. And they're going to cause quite a lot of trouble. Liquid, oh, he exposes his back, and now his back's going to be cut off as Wally with the Mini 14 suppressed his wall. Kind of tough to try and guess where the shots were coming from. But Liquid, he gets taken out quite late to try and reposition himself. Sus from ElementriX, the only man left alive.
I mean, just one last player from ElementriX surviving, and even he's not going to be a part of the action for long as ElementriX take an exit on the third. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 2 teams remaining, 8 players surviving. So it's going to be a final 4v4 between Vibes and Seal Esports. And as you said, Necro, the position that Seal Esports held for themselves earlier on in the game, quite close to the military base, has helped them make it to the top 2. Vibes, they've been controlling this factory for a long time, but now finally it's time for these 2 teams to settle the score.
It is indeed time for these 2 teams. And both these teams, they have been playing in the same compound for a long time now. They haven't really stepped out their comfort zone. But this is their time, or this is the moment they were born for. This is the time to try and shine like a bright diamond. Vibes versus Seal. Nades raining down as well. But Vibes, they're just trying to find a little line of sight on the player. As one of the players gets spotted out, Joker now is also going to try and cook a nade up. He knows where the players of Seal are. Wally, you better try and move as quick as possible. The nade's quite close. Takes a bit of damage, though. Not enough to get knocked out just yet. Wally's not quite hurt. But Joker, on the other hand, the retaliation fire, the reply back is quite strong.
Well, it's definitely quite a hefty reply right there, and not an even, definitely in the favor of Seal Esports. Vibes, a 3v4 situation has arisen in front of them, and Seal Esports has Vibes completely pinned down in the factory with a lot of utility being tossed. The damage is being dished out. The Molotov is going to make sure that Leo gets baited, and he's going to be taken down. So it's now a 3v3 between the 2 teams. Seal Esports a little too eager to close this out. It's not as easy as it looks, though. And, well, Vibes are holding their ground. They were holding their ground quite nicely, and Demo managed to find another knock. Beautiful opening.
Oh my god, what's going on? These 2 players, they just have X-ray vision at this point. They've just went God mode as they're just finding these kills through the smokes. And Vibes now, they're in such an uncomfortable spot. They're definitely sweating it out. Both these teams are trying to duke it out for the win, as B-Shaw is going to win this duel right here. But keep this in mind, still 2 players up for Vibes. Seal, they're trying to get the reset back up. Look at Malik, just crawling slowly and steadily. The footsteps also being spotted. Baron's position now known. Another player gets taken out. Baron, he does exactly realize doesn't really have the best of the positions to work around with, but he will need to try and isolate duels as fast as possible, and he's able to do so. Bishaw taken down. Malik, all he's doing is just waiting on the edge. He knows the blue zone is going to deal a lot of damage onto Baron, and at this point, it's a donezo game.
Yeah, exactly. What a wonderful win from Vibes, ladies and gentlemen. Just managing to secure this chicken dinner right in the nick of time, and with some style as well. Again, the play that was made between Bishal and Malik towards the end was brilliant. Just one lad on the outside. They knew they had the advantage towards the left of the factory, and they decided to take control of the outside area using that. And then Bishal just staying in, making sure he had Baron completely distracted, not aware that there was another lad closing in from the rear. And in the end, just forcing Baron into the blue right there. A brilliant move from Vibes. Even though they were lacking that one extra finish point in the end, they weren't, like, there is not going to be the mental satisfaction of knowing that yes, you got the final elimination of the game. I think it's still the points from the chicken dinner, they make up for it.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know if you noticed there, but the last guy got panned. So Baron was like, "It's okay. I'm gonna go down anyways, but I'm gonna sprinkle some salt on your wounds right there." And he just pans the final man, or second last man, from the side of enemies, from the side of Vibes. But yeah, overall, it's gonna be Vibes taking that chicken dinner, a well-needed, well-deserved chicken dinner for the Vibes. Now they're pretty much gonna catapult themselves quite up, or quite on the top in the overall rankings.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, in the top 4, Vibes, very, very nice jump for them, as you said, in the rankings. But again, I mean, there's a lot more to discuss. We're going to talk about the other teams as well, but right after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Varun Super Johnny John, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing start it has been for the teams of South Asia, specifically for the teams of Nepal, the way they have been playing in the last few matches. But before we head into game number 3 of today, again, it is going to be the map of Miramar. We have to talk about the stats and the figures from the previous match, starting off with the MVP of the game. And this time it is going to be quite interesting to see which lad is it going to be, because I mean it's always brought down to the numbers, right? As Ocean has always been quite vocal about this. 40% for the damage, 40% for the time, just 20% for the eliminations. And this time it is the damage and the survival time that bring Wally to the MVP board.
Exactly, 743 damage dished out in that previous game, and then 3 elims in total with 2710 survival time. That's quite impressive. Wally from the side of Seal is going to secure that MVP spot for himself. But the way Vibes played, now I do understand Vibes, they had a really prime position to play off with, but there's also a huge part of luck in Vibes Chicken Dinner. Don't get me wrong, they are one of the most well-known teams out there, but you also need to understand they were just sitting in the same compound pretty much for the entire game.
I mean, you could say that, but also along with the fact, I mean, the compound that they were holding is open in 2 different sides. So you do get spotted out quite easily unless you're just holding on to the center, all 4 lads huddled up together like a team meeting going on over there. But Vibes did in fact pick up a lot of eliminations from the last match as well. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the total number is going to look like. But definitely, as you said, I think a more impressive run for Seal Esports in the last game, considering they started off from the military island, then managed to cross the bridge early, and after that just managing to struggle their way into those final few situations, and then the final 4v4 against Vibes. But still, we do have the stats in front of us. So damage dealt in the favor of Seal Esports, damage received in the favor of Vibes Esports, and this is what I was talking about. They were part of the, but the fights were not going their way.
Exactly. I mean, damage received is never a good stat to have in your favor, and Vibes, they exactly have that in their favor. On the other hand, the limbs as well, Seal is going to be leading the charge way ahead with 12 limb points in total. Overall, Seal, they did quite phenomenal, but unfortunately, the final circle, it was kind of close to the players of Vibes. So Seal, they had to move out from their comfort zone, they had to step it out, and this era Vibes, they also got a little advantage for themselves, but still, Seal, the way they brought that fight so close, it was way too close for comfort. But in the end, though, hey, look, consistency is what matters. Top 16 is what matters. Chicken Dinner in league play, dominant performance in league play, it doesn't matter at all. As long as you're going to be in top 16, that's all that matters. Unless if you're going to be really dominating, make sure you're not really revealing your main strategies, your key strats that you're going to be utilizing in Super Weekends.
Well, definitely. As you said, I mean, don't reveal the key strategies. Don't reveal everything in the league play days. Otherwise, Super Weekend, we might just see you struggling a little bit. But looking at the match summary, 1952, they were off to an interesting start. And they were looking so good up until they weren't, up until they were taken out in the match. Although Evil Eye, C1, it's good to see the Legends from their region still doing a phenomenal job and still holding strong. Jane from T2K, highest assist for being the number for him. Longest distance elimination this time, it's going to be 267 for Joker from Team Vibes Esports, and his teammate is going to be there in the highest knocks as well, Malik, with 5 knocks being secured by the lad.
Oh, man. And then you have the match ranking in front of you guys too, as Seal Esports, they get themselves 12 placement points. Of course, they got the second place, so 12 placements, 12 eliminations, 24 total points secured. On the other hand, even the Vibes, they get themselves 15 placement points, and they're also tied up. This is what it shows. Elimination points matter the most. If you're going to be tied up in the end, it's all going to come down to the elimination points. If your team's going to be doing well in elimination points, they're going to be placed on top of you. And this is the prime example of that. On the other hand, though, teams that I had a lot of expectations from, for example, IHC, I wanted to see them in the top 1. But again, hey, it doesn't matter, right? They're in top 16 already. At this point, you might as well just say that they have solidified their spot in top 16.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, again, if you know you're going to the Super Weekend, you can just go YOLO in the next few matches. Just go absolutely berserk, all about aggression, all about getting those eliminations. Or maybe you can just give us a little bit of hint of what is going to happen in the Super Weekend. Just a few strategies being revealed in a few matches. Not the best ones, of course, but for now, let's move forward with the segments, ladies and gentlemen, and head towards the zone analysis of the previous match. Again, the match right off the bat was going to be very intense since the circle was split between the main island and the military island, and when that happens, questionable decisions can be made from the teams, one of which was Stalwart Esports' decision to cross towards farm a little bit earlier on in the game using the no rep bridge, and then when they faced the aggression from the Atrax, who were not willing to give away their position, Stalwart Esports, they backed off and then switched up to the military bridge.
Exactly, and as you can see, now you said, you brought Stalwart Esports up. Now, they tried to wrap around all the way from the right side, but they got shook away by the team that was camping the right bridge. So Stalwart Esports, they backed off, and now you can see they're quite close to the left bridge. And I told you, I want to see teams utilize those staircases, right? Pretty much the new staircases that are on the bridge, those new stairs that are on the bridge. And that's what the players of Stalwart Esports did. Pika was actually using those stairs to try and sneak around on the bridge. As you can see, Pika and Scry, look at them. They're right on the edge of this bridge, trying to move around inside. And then I feel like they pretty much dropped down below, if I'm not wrong, in the water. Yeah. And then two players went on the right side, and Pika was all by himself on the left.
I mean, from there's nowhere left for you to go. You're just completely pinned down. And the only way you get out of this, if you figure out a way of how to fight your way out. Otherwise, you're basically done, and it's over. Especially with the circle moving away from you with every shift as well. That's like the nails in the coffin getting tighter and tighter. But it is going to be quite interesting to see what the next match is going to look like for the teams. And again, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the next few games, so we will have Group D returning to the circuit and Group C being the group that's going to be missing. So that means Vibes is not going to be playing, the team that just secured this amazing game for their name. They're going to be missing. 1952 is not going to be there. Savage Esports. So three of the best performing teams from the previous game are not going to be there. And also ElementriX is not going to be there, who also did pretty well for this for themselves in this match. So let's just have a look at the open moments and see their accomplishments before we see them missing from one map. That's it. One map, they're going to be gone.
I mean, look at TDK, right? They kick things off so well, and then later on, they just mess it up completely in the rotations. And somewhere down the line, I just feel like these are the mistakes that they also made last time, last year as well. They were also kind of messing things up in those rotations. But hopefully, these are just league days. I want to see a complete new course of air on these Super Weekends. But as you guys can see forward as well in the highlights, ElementriX 2 showed themselves up quite well. Venom Legends, this fight right here, they should boost their ego to Cloud 9, because the way they played that was absolutely insane. One of the players was actually able to clutch the entire fight. So even though those fights doesn't really mean quite a lot, because Venom Legends did get taken out later on, you need to understand the individual players' jitters. If you're already going to make clutches like that happen, moving forward in the Super Weekends, the players can be feeling a lot much more confident.
Well, definitely, and with that confidence, I think it is definitely going to be quite easy for these lads to run into those team fights and at least be able to secure the 1v1s for their teams. But again, moments like this, when you have a perfect angle set up for yourself and you know the players from the other side are going to run into you, I think that is the moment that we do see those individuals capitalize on the most this time as we head towards the closing moments of the game. There's the ban that you mentioned, Necro and Malik.
Yeah.
I think even he knew he couldn't do anything to avenge his teammate. So even Vibes did not take that personally. They were like, alright, you want to pan us, but we do walk away with the 15 points, so it's fine. We are happy.
Yeah, exactly. Take a look at the damage graph. Even though Vibes, they won the chicken dinner, still Seal, they are going to be leading a little bit ahead of Vibes in the damage stats, and with 12 elim points for themselves. ElementriX right next to them, but not a lot of damage points. But 1952, though, one of those teams that we know they don't really shy away from a lot of fights, but usually in a 4-on-4 fight, 1952, the struggle's always been seen, right? In a 4-on-4 straight-up fight, 1952, they always lack quite a lot. But if you talk about long-range poking, they're one of the best teams out there. They have a lot of precision.
Definitely, they have a lot of precision. They are looking well, slowly and steadily building themselves up. But I think, again, For 1952 as well, they need to be well coordinated. They have the individual skills, but it's the coordination where they lack in those team fights. But on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, the overall leaderboard right now in front of us, Esports climbing up to the third position, 72 points. The team above them is DRS, who weren't playing in the previous match, with 74 points on the second spot. Vibes Esports closing in as well on the fourth after the previous win with 70 points to their name. So it is quite an interesting spot as we see IHC Esports and Stalwart Esports being the team that struggled during the league play days, Necro.
Exactly. Now taking a look at the other half of the board, Venom Esports is going to be sitting on 11th and Savage right underneath them. Personally, I would say there's still a huge sword hanging around near their throats or on their throats. If they even let one game slip by, the teams right below them, they're going to try and catch up. As you can see, 1952, they have moved up a slot in the overall rankings. Now they're in the 14th place, and we talked about the consistency, right? Day 2, the day of comebacks, and this is a prime example of that. Even 7C, they're slowly and steadily, they're trying to claw their way back up on the overall rankings. It's just the second game. There's still 3 more games to go.
Well, as you said, I mean, there's a lot more action left for us to enjoy during this day, ladies and gentlemen, and we're gonna be moving on to map number 3 soon. So just a little bit of patience right here, but still, I think, again, as you mentioned, the key names over there, 1952, I mean, we did see them on the 14th position, and I believe from here on out, they are going to be playing one more Erangel and one more Miramar, match number 4 and match number 5 at the end of the day. So I think they're going to be waiting for their opportunity, but now it is time for them to take a little bit of a breather, because this is, again, ladies and gentlemen, match number 3. So Group C is not playing this one. Group D is returning to the battlefield. Skylightz Gaming, A1 Esports, DRS, TRZ. We're going to see these teams in the mix, in the pool again of the top 16, and it's going to be quite interesting to see what they're going to accomplish, because as we looked over there, again, Skylightz and DRS, they need to sort their things out. DRS especially, there are 2 teams on their tail right now.
Exactly. I mean, none of the teams are going to be comfortable. But again, I feel like this is where we really need to stop talking about the teams that are on the first half of the board and actually focus on the latter half. Now, Venom Esports, Savage Esports, one of the teams that were doing so well, right, in the past, and now what just happened? In the league play, somewhere down the line, the struggle is being seen, and this proves us, this shows us, this tells us that the competition, it just keeps on upgrading from now on.
I mean, definitely. It's going to be quite interesting to see what the competition at the bottom is going to look like. As you said, I mean, the qualification is it is going to be very important for all these teams. It's the very first week of the PMPL. If you miss out on the first Super Weekend, you miss out on the opening 15 games that will get you the most number of points, that will give you a head start against the teams that do not qualify. And again, qualification becomes very important, because as we keep saying, each week only 16 teams will make it to the Super Weekend. Well, at the end of the third week, only the top 16 will get to play the finals. And if you are not on the top 16, you're out. Your journey of the PMPL is over.
Exactly, and this is what we're talking about, right? League play points don't matter. All you need to do is just get top 16 in the Super Weekends, and in the Super Weekends overall rankings, if you are going to be in the top 16, you're going to be moving on in the finals. And in the finals, that's where every single team, they just pull out that ace. They just pull out that master card that's going to whip out every single player in the lobby, and every single player or every single team is going to be surprised. Now, we never know. Some of the teams that like to play passive, that like to play complacent, they can just completely be aggressive throughout the game.
I mean, they do have that option, but again, switching up play styles in the heat of the moment can be quite tricky to pull off, especially at this level of gameplay. I mean, the skill level where all these teams are. So it's definitely quite a tough thing to accomplish for any team, any individual. But, ladies and gentlemen, enough of us talking, speculating about what might happen. And, well, in fact, just live the action right now, because we're about to head into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, of day number 2 of the league play stages. And it is, again, the map of Miramar that we're about to witness.
Exactly. Without wasting any more time, I just want to straight up dive in the game, because the first game of the day was pretty well. I want to see what this Miramar game has to show for us, because without wasting any much more time, I'm pretty sure the plane flight path is going to be in front of us. So let's find out where the plane's going to be flying from. It seems like this time it's going to be flying from Valle del Mar all the way towards Torre Amuda. So So now this is something that I want to see, because all the teams now, they're going to be in their comfort zone. If they do want to go on anywhere on the map, they're not going to have that tough of a time.
Well, let's see the flight path starting from Valdemar going all the way towards Torre Muda. It will cause a lot of trouble for the teams that do, in fact, go towards the eastern edge of the map. But I still think, I mean, that is where the fun begins. I mean, on Miramar, if we have a few early fights, that's the best thing to witness. But so far, I think TRZ making a few changes as they go for a split drop towards Valdemar. And Storm just heading a little bit up north from his teammates. So they are opting for a slow start, but this can backfire on them if the circle is not close to where they are dropping.
This fly path is quite good for the teams. And Avon Esports now, they're going to be back in the game. So I want to see what they are going to have to try and prove in this one, because so far, one of the best teams out there, they aren't really doing that great in the overall rankings. As you guys can see, they're not even visible in the top 16 here. So Avon Esports, they're going to have a lot of pressure onto themselves to try and make something happen possibly for their region, because all the players, all the teams especially, or all the viewers in general, they're going to have their eyes locked in Avon Esports, because they are one of the OGest teams out there, one of the oldest roster that's been playing in the PUBG Mobile scene for a long time from Bangladesh region.
Well, let's see what the late game action is going to look like for the teams. As again, as you said, I mean, the flight path was quite decent. It wasn't going to make things it wasn't going to take things to the extreme for a lot of these teams. I mean, especially considering majority of the teams do like to play towards the western edges only. But on our screens right now is going to be the squad of Venom Legends. Now, Venom Legends, again, their story has been quite interesting. They are one of the best teams from the region. Yesterday's start to the day was not good, but they did have a good finish. At the end, I believe they finished off with 25 points secured in the entire day. Although today hasn't really been their day again. In the first game, though, I mean, not managed to secure enough points. The second game as well, not a decent finish. So it's going to be quite important to see how they are going to recover right now.
Oh, man. Here we go. Avon Esports, we already have the cam on them, and we were having a conversation about this team at the start. Now, one of the OGS teams out there from this region to try and play around with, and they have been playing with each other since a long time, but still, these are veterans, dude. These are veterans, Johnny, and we expect the best out of them. Yeah, somewhere down the line, sometimes, you know, we're seeing a lot of communication issues, a lot of communication lacks in this team as well, especially in those 4-on-4 duels. Don't get me wrong. This team had their shiny moments in the past, but now, coming inside 2022 or even 2021 last year, Avon Esports, they were just vanished.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, at one point, A1 Esports were given the nickname the Titan Slayers. And even though, I mean, that was quite more prominent back in the day, right now, we still expect the same things to occur from the team, even in this day and age. I mean, I think A1 Esports, as you said, the struggle is there, but the team has been known for a very long time to come up with turnarounds. And I think, again, Necro, I think you are definitely going to be rooting for A1 Esports, because this is one of those teams that is never present during the league play days, but during the Super Weekend, they actually do pretty decent.
I'm actually not going to go for Avon Esports this season with them.
Who are you picking this season?
I'm going with IHC. Now, they've also had quite an interesting journey, right? In Season 3, absolutely freaking dominated the entire stadium, in the entire show. And then coming inside the next season, the struggle was seen without a doubt. And now, this season, they're pretty much called IHC, also changing their name from Zeus. Now, hoping that name itself has given them a lot of grace, because the roster, they have been playing since a long time as well with each other. And we've seen what they're capable of. We've seen the dominance. If this team gets that little bit of room, if this team gets that little bit of air working around for themselves, then they're just going to start flowing with it.
I mean, definitely. And IHC, they have the tendency to just switch the aggression on and off at certain points. So again, I think IHC, we're going to see them not struggle exactly, but we're going to see the dip in their performance compared to themselves and how they used to be in the past. This time around, considering there's also a roster change that's going to be there with Alex joining the team right now in the playing four, and it is going to take him and the team to adjust to the competition inside these particular lobbies. But I think, again, even for IHC, they have the experience and they know that they have to stay focused on the Super Weekend. They can struggle as much as they want during the weekdays. They can make as many mistakes as they want during the weekdays, because as long as they qualify, all those mistakes, they aren't relevant to the questions that we need to be asking. So if the same mistakes are repeated during the Super Weekend, if them charging in to 1v4s, if them trying to force squad fights out in the open keeps on happening during the Super Weekend as well, and if we see IHC losing points, dropping points because of that, I think that is when we need to start questioning, all right, what's the game plan now? How do you plan to come back from that?
That's a really great point from your side, right? You can't really judge a team just off of their league play performance, especially in week one, because we said this is their testing ground. These are their training grounds, and league play in week one, especially these top teams, they're not going to take it that serious. They're just going to try and play it off as like a normal game, maybe a little bit of tacticality here and there, but that's not going to be their primary tacticality. They're not going to try and reveal their strats at the start. They're going to take things really slow. But Deadeyes Guys, there's a team right in front of them, if I'm not wrong. That's IHC too. So you do not want to lock your horns against a team like IHC this early in the game, because both these teams are capable of a lot of destruction. But I feel like if these two titans do decide to clash against each other, there's going to be a lot of damage dished out on both of them.
Yeah, definitely, and it's not going to be easy to sustain this fight, especially considering Deadeyes Guys and IHC are not the only ones present in this location. This is the Hacienda graveyard area where all of these teams are present. San Martin City, not too far away, and there are, well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 teams close to San Martin. The southern hills of San Martin is completely cluttered up with these players, and you shoot once, you give away the information, all hell is going to break loose.
Talk about hell breaking loose, though. For now, it seems like there are no signs of hell breaking loose just yet. It's going to take a little bit more time to try and break that hell. But as you can see, near Power Grid, there's so many teams cluttered up right next to each other. One of them is Stalwart Esports, then you have IHC as well. Then you have Deadeyes Guys too, quite close to them. A lot of teams next to each other. At this point, it's going to be really tough to call it a safe spot, so you might as well try and reroute yourself in a better position. But TRZ, one of those teams that is all the way in the bottom, if I'm not wrong, or not just bottom, that is pretty much on the other half. They're not even in top 16. TRZ, this is your day. Day 2 is the day of comebacks, and you better try and make a comeback happen.
Well, there is definitely going to be an opportunity for the team to secure a few extra points once they're going to be back in the action. But on our screens right now, it's going to be the lads from JyanMaara up against the lads from 7C. And JyanMaara, they are just holding their position. 7C just hiding in their spot as well. So it's kind of a Mexican standoff between the two teams. Neither of them wants to move. They do not want to force this fight right now. Still still quite a little early in the game for the action to break out, especially considering it is Miramar. So 10 minutes in, we see all 64 players present and no casualties till now.
Now, this is what I noticed, right?
Yeah.
Compare this to NA region. In NA region, at this point in the game, there should be a lot of casualties on the teams. Like, teams, they don't like to wait this long. At this late in the game, there should have been at least a couple of squad wipes. And just a faster play style, right? They just like to amp things up. They just like to take things a little bit more faster. Now, personally, I'm a fan of aggression, but don't get me wrong, tactical nature can take you long ways.
I completely agree with you on that.
TRZ? Anyone want to talk about it?
Well,
I caught that. You guys thought I missed it? No, I didn't, TRZ. I'm going to catch every single mistake you guys make because at this point, my eyes are locked on you guys because you guys are all the way in the bottom of the board.
I guess TRZ just
mistakes.
found the new analyst.
Yeah, these kind of mistakes, I'm not going to let them slip by. Look at that. He slipped out of his moving vehicle and he got knocked out. That's so unfortunate. Now, I don't know what the circumstance was. I don't know what the situation was, but I mean, hey. That's all I saw in the kill feed.
But look at the kill feed right now. It's not just TRZ that seems to be struggling. It's IHC as well, as IC is going to be the first casualty of the game. JyanMaara Snipe is going to be the next, just seconds apart. The two pickups coming in, and well, Gunner has been spotted as well. TRD Fardi is going to be finished off, so TRZ also lose out on one of the teammates, at least for this match, and they're going to be stuck in a 3v4 for a long time. Gunner getting surrounded from every single direction. Wally a few seconds quicker on the trigger, and he would have had it.
Oh, man. Wally's like, this lucky son of a gun just slipped by from my crosshairs at the last second. Gunner now, he's going to try and hold off an entire storm, but he forgot he's not Doctor Strange.
Well, it is Skylightz Esports, so I think even Doctor Strange would struggle against them. The team is looking really strong this time. I mean, Skylightz Esports is looking very deadly right now because look at the standings, right? Even yesterday was a pretty good day for them. We see them in the top 7, 45 points secured, and I think coming back into this match, I think Skylightz Esports, they have what it takes to at least finish in the top 5 at the end of the tournament. That is what I want from them, because every single time the story has been the same. They are off to the races like full pedal to the metal in the first week, but week 2 and week 3 they just completely vanish.
Talk about players vanishing now. At this point, there's probably going to be teams vanishing out if they are not going to play that well. For example, TRZ from this first Super Weekend at least. Look at it, high voltage. They're looking to charge on forward because the other man from the side of TRZ is quite separated out. 2 players locked in the compounds. They're not going to try and move out because, of course, from the outskirts, it's high voltage, just trying to gather them, just trying to surround them in the compound right there. So TRZ, they're just being choked in that little house, and high voltage, the way they're playing this fight out, it's quite well. They're not going to let them move out. They're going to make sure TRZ, they are being at that little spot.
Well, definitely, and let's see what the progression of the game is going to look like, as we do see the circle moving towards La Benedita and Junkyard. That's going to be quite an interesting situation, because now the players are going to be forced to fight inside those depths. And TRZ Manish has lost a lot of HP. Wadu from the rear is going to find the pickup for no trades, and TRZ, they are struggling so much in this match, just losing out on one player after the other. DRS, let's see what is going to happen as well. The Titans have collided, ladies and gentlemen. DRS against Skylightz Gaming. Reaper bot with the UMP in his hand is trying to see if he can buy some time for his teammates to show up. Goes on top of the roof. AJ trying to see if he can hunt this isolated lad down. They're lining up the nades, and as soon as the utility starts to get tossed in Reaper bot's direction, he's going to have, well, there's going to be a little bit of a panic instilled in the lad, but still all of the nades have missed their marker. DRS, the lad's providing cover fire to Reaper, but finally he will get blown up, and it's going to be the nade from Nima that does the trick.
Oh man, the nades just blew quite close to him. And Skylightz Gaming, we know what this team's capable of, especially after such a destructive performance yesterday. Skylightz Gaming, they're going to make sure every single team is on their knees in front of them. And that's what they're trying to do here. They're just trying to shift these teams off in front of them, making sure no one's going to stand in their way or no one's going to cross their way. Dax in the front, Stalwart Esports, they're just peppering down a couple of bullets, just trying to line them up, make sure they're being as precise as possible. And Dax, now Gyante is the only man left over, with a lot of dreams to try and secure for his team. It's going to be next to impossible for this man to make sure he's trying to make at least something happen all by himself. The man stops on the left, and Gyante still somehow is not able to... Okay, that was quite questionable there, Gyante.
Well, it might have been a little questionable, but still, I think they're going to have to pay for that mistake. But still, let's see. Rules on the other side, quite close to the lads of Phantom. It's a 1v3 that he's going to have to run into if he wants to secure these points, and it's not an easy decision to make. Slipknot along with his teammates, Vexy and Yeta, they're all set up to take this fight. Rules also, I think, there's the added pressure, right? Last player for his team. A big responsibility on his shoulders, and Phantom, they are just piling on. The read is wrong. They think he's behind the generator, but no, he had repositioned himself, and as Yeta tries to commit to this fight, the drop shot is not going to work, and well, Rules get finished off. DRS get eliminated. We're down to the 14 teams, 49 players left alive in this match.
Oh, that's a big team taking care of this early in the game. Airdrop 3's on the board too. It's going to be the MK14. But if you take a look at Venom Esports, 7C right in front of him too. It's Memo, just hiding behind those little staircases. But this nade might just try and seal the deal. IHC over here. They spot out a couple of players of Deadeyes Guys in the front. Alex, he's did a great job on day one, and now he's trying to replicate the same performance today as well. This nade's going to be cooked to perfection. It's quite well placed too. It's going to find another man from Deadeyes Guys. Deadeyes Guys, they're just getting dismantled single-handedly by a man called Alex, who's not going to let them slip by. He's just punishing them over and over again for these small mistakes they're making. Another man taken out by Alex. He's trying to just 1v4 this. He's trying to ace this one out this time. IHC, now they're going to march on forward, and Alex, he's looking to put the final nail in the coffin, and he's going to do so. A 1v3 from Alex. A 1v4, actually.
Well, what an impressive, what an impressive 1v4, and props to the other lads of IHC as well. They let him take it. They let him get the final elimination right there. But look at this. Skylightz Gaming in a world of hurt as, well, Stalwart Esports have spotted out Nima and Top, dishing out a lot of damage. They know where he's hiding. The Molotov is going to be lobbed in his direction, but will it burn him alive? The answer is no, but Mr. Bora is going to be shot down as he tries to rotate to provide at least some form of cover to his team, and it's not going to work. Top finding the knock and finding the elimination point as well for his team. Again, Skylightz Gaming, Nima, he's still stuck. He hasn't moved from behind the rock. So how is Stalwart Esports just planning to close it out? I think that is the question that we're going to be asking right now.
Oh man, I'd see it's just a one-man army. Alex, this man's on fire. You better keep the fire going. Please, players, add some more fuel in the fire. Action. The bus is almost going to catch fire. Smoking at this point. You might as well just want to step out. Scry in such an uncomfortable spot, though, out in the open. He's trying to line up some smokes in the front. But is that going to be enough? That's what I want to know, because still, TDK, they're going to get a little line of sights on him. Stalwart Esports, this is not the best of the positions to be in, especially when you know there is the opponent on the top. They have the high ground on top of you. You're always going to have that paranoia setting in to Stalwart Esports. They're trying to take things as slow and as cautiously possible. Trying to kill, though. Decent amount of teams right next to him. One of the players from Skylightz Gaming as well is quite close, so they will need to try and be aware, at least for now, for all the times, because you never know where there's going to be a little snake, and there is a snake from Skylightz Gaming. So the final man too, and we know what Skylightz Gaming is capable of. We saw that happening as well in the past. Every single player has years and years of experience, and at this point, even one of those players from that team is not going to back out from 1v4ing a team. So you might as well give this man a little respect. As trying to kill now, they're trying to challenge this fight against Stalwart Esports. More kind of like he's just trying to scout the area out. Jane is moving out a little bit too much. He's stepping out of his comfort zone, as now Top is taking little shots from the back. Smoke grenades quite close in the front, making sure Jane's not going to get any kind of visuals on the players of Stalwart Esports. That's one of the players going to fall down. Action takes a decent amount of fall damage from that. Stalwart Esports, at least for now, they're looking a little decent, but they don't have the best of the positions to work around with. They still need to make their mark inside the zone, and TDK is not going to let that happen anytime soon just yet. JyanMaara, oh, this fight's going down as Raw, they're quite low, and one of the players on the Flames is looking like a Ghost Rider, but at this point, he's just riding his own death, as he's straight up going to walk into that little dip that Fear was in. And JyanMaara, There we go. The final nail now put in the coffin. JyanMaara taken out on 12th spot. They were down to just have one last man alive. Fear wasn't really able to do much, but still, at least he instilled fear in his enemies. Avon Esports still alive and cooking in the game. 6 lives went down. Shouldn't really be that tough of a task to get the fallen man back up. Avon Esports, they're trying to play things a little safe, and high voltage now in the front too. Stalwart Esports, look at this. The players are quite low, but they finally get their limb point secured. And now they're going to try and move inside the safe spot. The Ball of Death is now going to move in. And this time it's going to deal quite a lot of damage. It's chunking out damage. You might as well move in because in the front, it's just going to be heaps of teams trying to take you down. There's going to be a lot of bullets flying on you. IHC here. Not at the best of the spot to work with. Zyal is the only man left alive. Alex, the big man, taken care of. Godless as well as fallen down. Zyal, imagine the amount of pressure this man has. Now one of the players from Avon Esports goes in to try and confirm the frag. I don't know if that was a good choice or not because that looked really greedy of Dante right there. It could have been taken out if Zyal did not miss a couple of shots onto him. But I'd see still, they're trying their best to hold the fort down. They're still trying their best to keep this position alive for him. Alex is still up and alive, but he's knocked out. IHC now down to just the one last man alive. At this point in time in the game, it's going to be next to impossible to get the final man back up. But Zyal, he's trying everything possible in the book. He's going for every single strat to pull out. All by himself, he needs to try and survive so many bullets. And finally, he gets eliminated out the game as Avon Esports, they're going to take care of him. But Dante, too, from the side of Avon Esports gets taken out. And this is what I'm always speaking. Avon Esports, whenever things do it, they seem like they're going their way. They somehow find a way to try and mess things up. And that's what happened again, too. As Raw now, they're just going to keep on peppering down bullets in the front. Venom Legends in the front, too. All 4 players up for that team. Looking so great so far. They have 3 limb points secure for themselves. Look at Venom Esports, though. 6 point in this game. Looking pretty promising. Raw in the front. Venom Legends, they spot out. They sense out the presence of Raw. And now they just want to take him down. But the problem is, Raw, if any of the nades actually do get stuck in this little dip that you guys have, it's going to be tough to get out of here.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, you're talking about a nade. Imagine Molotov being lobbed in this small little pit, and Raw Esports, the lads is just gonna burn alive. It's gonna be like a barbecue that's gonna happen, but it's just the players that are gonna be there instead of food. So I think Venom Legends, they have an opportunity to secure a few extra points by eliminating Raw, but they're deciding to back off, just try and see if they can reset and position for more placement points inside this match. We are in the top 6, ladies and gentlemen. 18 players still surviving. Phantom Esports managed to find their way into a wonderful spot as well. They have a good position inside the circle. It's on a high ground. Seal Esports trying to see if they can move towards the lower areas where they have a few more buildings to move around in, but still, it's not going to be easy for them to take sustained fights. And why would you do that? Running out into the open, just like absolutely not realizing there's opposition right there, even though Venom Legends were the lads that you were tossing the nades at.
Yeah, he just went full Rambo mode at that point.
Yeah.
He was like, F everything. I don't care about the world anymore. I'm just going to straight up charge in all by him myself. And now Raw, the final man's going to fall on top of the flames as well as Raw. Now they get taken out the game as well. On 5th spot. But not a lot of points taken out, though. 10 points for themselves from just this game. Top 4 teams alive. Phantom Esports, Venom Legends. And then you have Seal Esports coming in as well. And then right underneath them is TDK. And TDK, in the overall rankings, they're not doing so great. So this game is going to mean quite a lot for them.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, the game does mean quite a lot for Venom Legends, but I think it means quite a lot for Phantoms as well. Both the teams in fact T2K as well. So these three teams, we saw them struggle quite a lot yesterday. Today it is the time for redemption, and this is the one game that's gonna matter to all three of them. Seal Esports on the other side can pretty much chill, since they are going to be moving forward to the Super Weekend. I don't think there's any way Seal Esports miss out on this one. But look at this, Mad Max, being an absolute madman, is gonna try and spray down the entirety of Venom Legends all in one go. Dishes out damage to Steel Shot, but is going to be forced to back off now. Has given away his location, and his team is going to look to see how they reposition themselves, because I think, again, the fights that are going to come in their direction, especially in the next, I believe, the next 30 seconds, they're going to be hard to avoid. Seal Esports, the two lads trying to survive. Sandesh pushing forward. Needs to be careful, otherwise he's going to run into a crossfire on the other side.
Oh, that is close. TDK. Oh, another nade's going to find the mark in the sweet spot. And Seal, the way they're playing this, it seems like they're owning the entire battleground here. They're looking unstoppable for now. At least top three teams alive. Venom Esports, Seal Esports. And then you also have another team that's sneaking barely past him. It's going to be Venom Legends. Now Venom Legends, they're going straight up head-on-head against Venom Esports. What a nice connection from Max, but he's instantly going to get taken out. So the traits are there equally from both the sides, but this time the player from Venom Legends is a little too low, but another player from Venom Legends is trying to dish out a decent beat of damage. He's not able to get anything away. That decent bit of damage did kind of pan out well, though, for them. As Seal now, this fight's going to come down to a stalemate. This is a two teams alive.
Yeah.
And two players from Venom Esports. On the other hand, Seal, they have all their players up.
Oh, but Slipknot's position can be quite interesting, but Baron with the nade is going to make sure that Yeta is not going to be part of the action. Slipknot, he gets up to take those shots, but it's not going to work out. Seal Esports, ladies and gentlemen, managed to steal away the chicken dinner from the lads right there. And, well, I think, so Nick, this is quite interesting. We've seen multiple chicken dinners, and we've seen this the top four continuously changing ranks.
Oh, man.
In the last three games, I mean, no one has been able to hold on to their spot for even a single match.
And this is what we say, right? Day 2 is the day of comebacks. Because on day 2, all that's going to matter is consistency. Especially day 2 is the day where most of the people they're looking at on the other half of the board. They're trying to make sure that the other half of the board, they're giving it all they have to try and make it in the top 16 in the first Super Weekend. Now, look, even if one Super Weekend does get slipped by from your hand, it's okay. You still have 2 more to go in the future. But again, you also need to keep this in mind that momentum is something that exists in the game. If you're already going to get the momentum flow going in the Super Weekend 1, then you're not going to have a lot of struggle or a lot of pressure moving forward in 2 and 3.
Plus, it's better to secure points early than take a break a little bit later in the tournament as well. But still, ladies and gentlemen, before we head to Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia spring season of 2022. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we are off to the races already with the matches that have happened today. A very exciting start for a lot of these teams. And as we were discussing after the game, after the last game, I mean, the teams in the top four, the shuffle over there is quite real, in fact. But let's move forward towards the zone analysis of the previous game and see how the teams were able to take on the challenge that was handed out to them by the circle and the zones of the game.
Exactly. As you guys can see at the start, circle is pretty well. A lot of teams were in that circle. But the main team that we were personally looking out for here has to be TDK. Now, one of those teams that was on the struggling phase, we did see at the start, they were not really able to do that well. But this game right here, TDK was able to play that really well. And the main thing, or the main way they were able to play that really well is because the circle kept on shifting on top of them. Now at TDK, this is where I'm really kind of questioning the consistency moving forward. If TDK, if they're just going to rely on luck, even in the future games, I feel like it's going to be a little tough to say if TDK, they're going to pull out some mastery card in the Super Weekend or not.
I mean, I completely agree with that. I think the luck factor is not always going to favor you. You have to be a little bit more consistent. I mean, it's not luck entirely. It's just the fact that the team did actually go for a few high-risk plays, and they this time paid off, but that's not going to be the case every single time. High-risk, high-reward situations do, in fact, tend to backfire more often than not. And that is something that the teams do, in fact, need to take into their account. Because we've seen IHC, we've seen Stalwart Esports, we've seen Skylightz Gaming make the same decisions a little bit earlier on in their journeys as well. Even they were forced to take a bit of back foot in the worst case scenarios. But now I think they've sort of, with the experience that they have now, adapted and figured out a way of how to disengage when things go wrong, how to reset when things go wrong. And that is also pretty important, because if, imagine, you charge into a 4v4 squad fight, get third party, then you know you don't have a way out, you don't have a plan to disengage from that spot. I think that is something that needs to be prepped before you charged in. So yeah, I think, again, going into the next match, it's going to be pretty important to see how the teams from Group A in particular are going to be playing. IHC Esports is going to be there playing their last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So being able to secure a lot of points in this game is definitely going to be a high priority for them. But talking about priority, I mean, as we know, these lads do like to prioritize those elimination points for themselves. Let's have a look at the Oppo moments from this match and see the highlights once again.
Oh man, but what I really wanted to point out there in the zone analysis was Seal's positioning. They had the high ground throughout the game. Now the positioning right there, the rotation that Seal made, that was played to perfection. But if you guys take a look in the highlights too, Raw early off, or I mean pretty much just say Dax in general, they got dismantled quite easily. But from the start, they were just handicapped, and then later on, it was really tough for a team like Dax to try and bounce back. And then you have IHC2. This 1v4 from Alex was legendary.
Yeah, definitely. It was quite epic the way the lad positioned himself, took down one and dished out a lot of damage to the other lad in front of him. And then I think IHC, the communication between the lads was quite nice to witness, because they set themselves up in such a way that when Alex charged forward to get the final elimination, they knew he was going to get his 1v4. They knew he was going to get his 4K completed right there. So that was quite incredible from the team. But again, Raw Esports, as we talked about them, I think they held their ground quite nicely. They were able to take on the fights quite nicely as well, up until Venom Legends showed up and basically showcased of what it takes to survive those extended duels and how you need to position yourself. But Phantom Esports, again, quite a nice pop-up from Phantom Esports in this match. Weren't able to secure the winner chicken dinner, but hey, I mean, two lads can only do so much, right? Plus Phantom Esports, I think the best part about them was the fact that they were playing spread out in those final few moments, and still they were dishing out a lot of damage. They were causing trouble for Venom Legends, C2K, and Seal Esports, but still getting those 10 eliminations in. I think this was a very nice game for them.
Yeah, exactly. A massive game from Venom Esports for sure, with 10 elim points secured. And we'll take a look at the damage graph as well. As you guys can see, a lot of damage dished out from that team. 1965, and then you, of course, have Seals leading the charts in that game. And now Seal, they've got themselves that second spot. One game let loose from any of these teams, that's going to cost them their spot over there. And DRS, they just moved down a little bit. Now, I think so, if I'm not wrong, in that previous game, DRS were sitting out. So that's why Seal, they were able to claw their way back up over DRS. But now moving inside in the next game, I want to see if DRS, are they going to be able to get their spot back?
Well, definitely. Let's see if they will be able to secure their second place position again. And I think more than that, Necro, the competition to be the first, because Skylightz Gaming, we got very excited about them securing 94 points in the 4 matches that they played yesterday. But today, things are not looking the same. The difference between the first and the second position, it's not that much now. It's just 6 points.
Indeed, it's just 6 points. Taking a look at the other half of the board, seen quite a lot of comebacks happening right here. 20 kill to a huge leap for them as they've moved in 3 spots over. Now, this is quite a great news for TDK. As I said, one single game went even decent. Not a good, just decent game for them. That has catapulted them so up. Now imagine TDK with next game too, with the same amount of consistency. They might just find themselves in the first half of the board. But again, the woes continue for Aven Esports, 7C, and TRZ. TRZ in that previous game, I don't know what was going on with them, but they were just not there. Even though they were in the lobby, they're just not there. At this point, you might as well just call them free elim points.
I mean, you can, but I think it's going to be quite interesting. The team still has a few more matches remaining, and maybe out of those few, in one, if they get a winner chicken dinner, they make it. Just one game. Need to convert just one game out of the 2 remaining. So it's not going to be easy, but it's not impossible as well. Plus TRZ, their break was in the second match, so now they're going to be playing the Erangel and the Miramar towards the end as well. Although in the next one, we're going to be having Deadeyes Guys, Raw Esports, High Voltage, and Venom Legends sitting the map out, and 1952 Vibes, Savage, and ElementriX, ladies and gentlemen, will be returning to the battleground in the next game. Although Necro, all right, so I always ask Ocean to make those predictions for me, but this time I'm going to ask you, do you think by the end of the day we're going to see Skylightz Gaming still holding on to the first position, or are they going to be tossed out and we're going to have Esports or maybe someone else take the first away from them?
Oh, without a doubt, Skylightz Gaming are there. They're going to hold their top spot. But again, what the question should be is that does it matter? No, it does not.
I think for them it does.
I mean, they're one of the best teams out there, dude. Everyone knows that. They have the capabilities of the greatest team. Even if they qualified on, like, I would say on 9th or 10th spot, even the Nepali fan base, they're not going to be worried at all because they know these are just the league play days. Super weekend days, that's where everything matters because this team in general, they've got a lot of experience in their backpack, and just to let the experience out like that and just have bad performance in the game, at this point, you might as well just say no because because the way the entire squad of Skylightz Gaming play, of course, previously under the banner DRS Gaming, you can pretty much Google all their past performances, and it has been pretty much phenomenal. Unless you bring up the global championship, then we might not want to talk about it.
I think that's just the thorn in the memories right there, the GC bronze. But I think we're gonna ignore that all of that right now. And again, as you said, I mean, Skylightz Gaming doesn't even matter for them right now. I think I agree with you. It doesn't. 98 points, you're done. You know you're going to the Super Weekend. Skylightz Gaming is just basically chilling right now in the matches, doing whatever they want, whenever they want, and however they want it. So that is one team that you need to be scared of because they're going to be running around, just running and gunning everyone that they see, not caring what the end result is going to be at the end of the day, because they are already headed to the Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen. But you know where you and I are headed, Necro. We are headed to the map of Erangel right now, as the trajectory is going to be of the plane. It's going to be starting from the eastern edge, headed towards the west. So quite a standard plane path. I don't think this is going to be troublesome for anyone.
Man, I don't know about you, but I'm vibing to the music right now. I don't care about the game. I'm just kidding. But yeah, the plane fly path, as you said, starting all the way from Lipovka, ending kind of towards Gatka. Now, this is a well-split plane flight path, but the teams that want to go all the way up north, they're going to have a little bit of struggle, or they're going to have a little bit of struggle to try and get up top there. But now if you talk about the teams that are not going to be playing in here, it's going to be Deadeyes Guys, Venom Legends, High Voltage, and Raw. Now, Deadeyes Guys, they're not really in the best of the spots. Imagine if T2K and ElementriX, they have a good game this time. Deadeyes Guys and Venom Legends, they will be pushed down. So imagine the amount of pressure that will be applied on this team on the final game.
Well, let's see. The second last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Atrax again going for the spread out drop towards Milta Power and the Milta City positions. JyanMaara starting off from Lipovka, and I think already DRS. We do see them, like always, I think the new DRS, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, dropping between 1952 and Atrax, Stalwart Esports having to drop quite close to the bridge. And oh, this is quite interesting. Two Erangels in the day, and both of them have quite a similar circles.
Oh, they have quite a similar circle. And, I mean, I would say it's okay. Similar circle, understandable. But I want to see a different endgame circle. If it's going to be the same endgame circle, then I'm definitely going to be disappointed. I want to see a bridge circle. Show me a bridge circle. I want to see those new strats pulled out, because we are already seeing those staircases being used pretty well. So I want to see how these teams are going to try and adapt around that. But TRZ, one of those teams, again, they still have 2 more games counting this one in. TRZ, if they're not able to play well in this game, then at this point, you might as well just count them out of top 16.
Well, let's see. I mean, the dreams of staying in the top 16 right now still holding quite strong for the teams that aren't the part of the equation right now. High Voltage 7C 1952 still trying to see if they can solidify their standing, their position a little bit more, and, well, basically guarantee a spot for the Super Weekend. 7C Esports did have quite an interesting few fights during the day, but don't really seem to be doing quite well when it comes to the endgame scenarios.
Talk about the endgame scenarios, though. There's quite a lot of teams that aren't even able to make it to the endgame.
Yeah. I mean, that's how the game works.
Hopefully the courses are changed, though, in this game, because day 2, day of comebacks. I mean, quite a lot of teams from the second half are stepping up, but the teams that I personally wanted them to step up, for example, TRZ and a couple of more teams that are right above them, the series of woes are continuing for them, and I don't know what they can do to try and change the entire course here, because A1 Esports too, again and again, if they're going to miss out on the first Super Weekend, they're already going to have a lot of pressure onto themselves, especially imagine the amount of fan base that's going to be disappointed. I mean, they have been getting disappointed over and over since past few years, but now again, coming inside this year especially, a lot of hopes are there from this team.
Well, there is always going to be a lot of hope from the big names, and even if it's a new name, a new banner, but the lads that you have are some of the most experienced players in your region. I think automatically people do build up those expectations, wanting to see the lads dominate, wanting to see the lads be their older selves. But talking about this, Savage Esports, they have quite a decent they've had quite a decent run during the early stages of every single match. But again, I think the main problem with Savage Esports comes in the fact that when they start becoming part of the action during the mid-game stages, they start running into those 4v4s. That is when they take the approach of being a little bit fanned out during those team fights, and they aren't able to back each other up properly. I think that is something that Savage Esports has been struggling with in the matches yesterday, and if they can manage to slow things down in between those 4v4s, I think they definitely have a chance and have the skills to secure a few extra chicken dinners even in the Super Weekends.
Talk about securing the chicken dinners, though.
$1,000 for the Super Weekend chicken dinner. Let's not forget that.
I mean, yeah, there are going to be $1,000. Especially, I feel like if I was playing in this pro games, that's probably going to be the main factor that's going to be motivating me to play. I don't know about you, though.
I think you and I are on the same page there.
Get that money and run away. We don't care about the championship. We just want the $1,000 in our bag.
So think about this, right? Every chicken dinner you get $1,000 extra. That is extra money, along with the 2,500 for the league play stages, the finals prize pool that you can win if you make it to the finals. So just being a part of the Super Weekend gives you so much opportunity. It's not just about the points anymore. It's also about making sure that you have an extra bank already built up and you're walking away with the lion's share, even if you don't win the trophy at the end.
Oh, man.
But winning the trophy is always important. So that's numero uno. Yeah.
It's going to be not just important for your team in general. It's going to be important for the entire region. So,
Oh, yeah.
there's a lot of emotions, a lot of sentiments behind that win right there. I mean, money, yeah, it's gonna give you happiness for now, but that trophy right there, whenever you look at that, you're always gonna have that little smile, that little smirk on your face, saying that, hey, the hard work paid off, and we were able to win the entire PMPL South Asia. But yeah, as you guys can see, the circle here, nothing really much happening. We didn't really see a lot of casualties too early off this game, as all the teams, they're quite spread out all across the board. They still need to make their mark inside the zone. Now, Johnny, I want to ask you one thing. Late game rotation or early game rotation, and why?
Always early. I mean, I'm the kind of man, even though I love watching aggression, I wouldn't like to be a part of it. So, yeah, rotating in early, I mean, it gives you the priority of choosing and picking exactly where you want to position yourself in the circle. And from there on out, it's all about collecting the information slowly and steadily while being safe, and then again repositioning between the gaps that are being left by the other teams. And if doing that you do manage to make it past the 22-minute marker, that's when you start building up the aggression. Or 22 minutes, it is a little too late in the game. Post 18 minutes is when you start bringing in the aggression slowly and steadily, and post 22 minutes is when it's time to go all out, because by then it's the end game scenarios of the game. There's like 4 or 5 teams remaining with I believe somewhere around like 15-16 players at max. So at that point, you're just going to look to clean up. You're just going to look to secure those extra points towards the end stages, because you have secured a decent number of placement points. You've secured a decent number of elimination points already, hopefully, at that point. And if not, then I think, as I said, go do that. But still, early aggression, late game rotations, I think can be a little bit tricky, especially considering right now teams like Skylightz, teams like IHC are playing from the edges. So I would also like to avoid teams of those sorts, and especially I think teams like 1952, for them going in early towards circle rotations, I think it is definitely going to give them an advantage in terms of the survivability.
And talk about the survivability, though. If there's going to be a lot of teams in the end zone, at this point, sometimes the survivability kind of comes down to the randomness of the game. And if you talk about the randomness of the game, that's going to be increased even more if you're going to try and take the late game rotation. Now, I don't know if you're watching Na'Vi from Global Championship, because in the first couple of weeks of the Global Championship, it seemed like the late rotation, and Na'Vi's one of those teams that like to rotate late in the game. And sometimes rotating late in the game, that also means you're going to be lacking on a lot of info. And you just straight up running into a team, the chances of that are quite a lot too. So late rotation, there's quite a lot of cons as well. But I feel like there's cons more than a lot of pros.
Well, I mean, it's all about handling the pressure. If you are playing with late rotations, you're definitely going to be playing under a lot of pressure, because as you so perfectly mentioned, you're playing with very little information. You don't know the kind of situations you're going to be taking head on once you are trying to contest for the edges of the circle. So I think that is the kind of pressure that the teams and the IGLs have to deal with. But hey, I mean, talk about this right now. So we do have the replay of Legend getting the first blood of the game, taking down one of the lads from the side of JyanMaara. But A1 Esports, it looks like Jax is going to be in a little bit of a pickle, as he finds himself face-to-face against the entirety of Skylightz Gaming.
Talk about the entirety of Skylightz Gaming now. Vibes as well, they're showing themselves up against Savage. And what a knock from Jiggle right there. Was able to take him down. Sanchi, you're out in the open. At this point, this frag should be confirmed without any other problem. Savage right in the front too. Vibes, they still need to take care of a couple of more players of Savage. as Savage, they're making sure they're not really giving their position away. They're quite spread out. B-Shaw taking a lot of shots. Oh, he's barely going to be able to get back to safety. But Hustler, look at this man. He's creating such a huge off angle. And Jiggle, now he's just charging it forward. But Harshi is right here on the same mount as Jiggle. He's quite close. He's just waiting for Jiggle to straight up walk in his crosses. But what a spot from Jiggle. A nice eagle eye spot right there from this man. And then also spots out the man all the way in the back. Hustler, he's on a run.
Let's see, he's going to try and get away. Joker trying to see if he can take him down as well. Malik on the hunt. This is not looking good for Savage Esports. Hustler, he has some distance between him and the opposition, but the shots on the UAS, they're going to make sure that he's not going to be safe for a long time. And, well, Vibes, they're out for blood. They're not letting him get away. They're just chasing him, hunting him down.
They are hunting him down for sure. Even Esports for now, though. An interesting split for them sides. I mean, personally, like the confidence this team's shown. They're looking quite promising in this game, having all their players up. Also, a huge split between them. It's like a 2-1-1 split. Not really a huge fan of this split for sure, because if even one of the players gets taken down on that one-on-one split, then it's going to be really tough to try and get the fallen man back up. So, Even Esports, the split might work out pretty well, but again, it has to be played to perfection. You cannot let any of the errors slip by. If you do, it's already going to be a donezo for that man. As I said, the margin for error is quite low.
Well, let's see, as you said, the margin for error is not even going to be there, I think, at this point. If especially for the teams that are struggling to stay inside the top 16. But look at where the circle is, still on the edge. Right underneath Gatka. And the eastern edge of the circle, it's about to be cluttered up with a lot of bodies, as we have at least 4 to 5 teams trying to close in, starting from A1 Esports. As I think that there is definitely going to be a little bit of a collision there between them and the lads from the other side. But Stalwart Esports, they picked a fight against DRS, even though they have the advantage in the fact that they have dished out a lot of damage onto the opposition and haven't taken any in return. The distance that is separating the teams is going to prevent for both of them for trying to force the situation any further. But talking about forcing situation, look at AJ. He's stuck. He has put the vehicle in a perfect spot, and one after the other, lads from Astra targeting pinned down. That's the third knock right there. Spark is going to be the last player surviving. Empties out. The clip takes down the lad from Skylightz Gaming, but AJ runs out, and he is not happy. He's angry. And, well, the Atrax are definitely going to feel the wrath. But on the other side, Skylightz Gaming, are they down to the last player? Is AJ the last lad from Skylightz Gaming all of a sudden?
Oh, they are. I think so, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, Skylightz Gaming, they're also get blown up now by 1952. Wow. So that's not a good news. Skylightz Gaming, they had a couple of players up, but now, just because that happened, that's going to give a lot of casualties, and I'm pretty sure they're handicapped big time. But DRS, look at the bold rotation these teams are trying to make. DRS, they're going to get one man taken out from that spot. Rules was not able to get away from that rotation, but at least his death is not going to be a waste, as the other two players, they're able to make it back to safety, and a safe route also discovered for themselves, but only 2 players to work with now.
Well, let's see. Not enough firepower present can definitely push things in the wrong direction during the final few moments of the game. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the team's decision is going to be and how they're going to position themselves in the later stages. But 7C Esports, oh, well, it looked like AJ's position has been given away as well. And now even he is going to be in a world of trouble. But I think AJ has done the job, managing to wipe out an entire squad all by himself for elimination secured. I think Skylightz Gaming, they don't have anything to worry about. So AJ can definitely take a breather and go YOLO into the situation. But he is being extremely careful, just hiding in that shack, making sure he stays alive for as long as possible.
Oh, man. That little glimmer of hope for them. That little shack to making sure he's not getting any eyes onto himself. So AJ is trying to play things as safe as possible for now. But again, being the only man left alive, you don't really have a lot of flexibility. So you will need to try and pin yourself down and try and play things as safe and as quietly as possible. Keeping your position anonymous, keeping your identity anonymous. That's what you want to make sure you're doing. IHC, though, quite an open rotation this time from their side. And they're also taking a couple of shots from the players at DRS. Nothing really found just yet, though, as Reaper Bot now is going to try and reposition himself. He knows he's giving his position away. And somewhere down the line, the enemy teams, they're going to try and capitalize on top of it. But 1952, another rotation spotted out in the front. It's going to be Venom Esports. But they're going to be harm's way.
Well, they are looking like they're going to be walking through a lot of fire right now. But DRS on the other side trying to rotate while IHC has their eyes set on the opposition. But DRS do manage to get away quite safely, and it is it's not going to hurt them too much, just rotating from a little wilder position. But IHC, it looks like they are also focused on the lads from TRZ, and TRZ, they need to avoid this fight at any cost, because for them, this is a do-or-die moment. They miss out on this match, then all the pressure is going to be on the last one. But if TRZ secure at least 10 to 15 points from this game, then going into the last game of the day, they are not going to be under the same amount of pressure as they would be if they lose out on this one. So it's still going to be quite a much easier position, much easier situation for them to deal with, given the fact that this game works out for them. If they force this fight, it's not going to. And that, again, is not good for the lads. But DRS, oh, Killer YT getting shot in the back, drops down to around 40 HP. And I believe with the way the bullets are hitting this vehicle, Delta's position might be given away as well.
Yeah, trying to kill though for now. Jane was trying to take a little shots. It's just trying to tap it away. Can find any sorts of connection or any kind of critical connection just yet. On the other hand, you also have Venom Esports trying to take a couple of shots on the players in the front. 14 teams alive and 45 players in the total as Venom Esports, they're quite on a struggling phase. In the front, out in the open, they're taking a lot of shots. Dante's going to find an opening. Now the rest of the Venom squad, they're going to straight up walk into a lot of fire and a lot of bullets to deal with. But what a reply. RX Jax goes down.
Well, let's see. Could be an important pick for 7C. Memo with his bolt action all set up to take down AJ. And again, ladies and gentlemen, AJ is outside the circle, so it's going to be quite difficult for him to survive, but he's done a pretty good job till now in this match. And it's just the lads from 7C who know where he is. Everyone else is totally unaware to his position.
Oh, man. TRZ, though. They spot out the players in the front. They're also taking a lot of shots out of themselves, as IHC is one of those teams you do not want to give an open opportunity to. You want to make sure you're also taking things a little cautiously against them, especially if you're TRZ. Things are not going your way. And you want to make sure things are going your way as soon as possible, because if that's not going to be the case, then TRZ, this first week of the Super Weekend, you might as well just count yourself out and just sit back, relax, whip out your notebooks, because that's the time where you will need to try and take down as many notes as possible.
I mean, definitely. We're going to try and take notes, try and see if we can predict what are the changes the teams are going to be looking to make during the Super Weekend stages, because that is where I think the important part of the league does fall upon. And TRZ, Mad Cat has been taken down. Fardi, quite close to his teammates, is going to try and go for a revive maybe, but no, they do pull away from their own teammate. Mad Cat, he's going to be back on his feet. Venom Esports again getting pummeled down onto the floor by the lads of ElementriX. Mr. Yozu having pinned down the entire team, and they do have a lot of openings, so they can, in fact, they head on to eliminate the entirety of Venom Esports. TRZ are going to take an exit as well from this game, ladies and gentlemen. 20 minutes in, finally, the teams are going at it with everything that they have. We're down to 11 teams, 30 players still surviving. T2K Sandesh is going to be taken out. Suyog quite close to his lad is going to try and smoke off his position, but that is not going to work as ElementriX secure one more elimination. And it's 6 points for ElementriX already in this match.
Oh, they are. And Stalwart Esports, as you can see here. It's Scry just trying to scout the areas out in the front. And so far, he's not really able to get any line of sights on the players just yet. But you also did see Avon Esports getting eliminated. So that's something that the Bangladesh fan base is not going to be happy about. TRZ, though, is still up and cooking in this game. As you can see, Stalwart Esports, look at this. They're just looking for a little glimmer off the enemy lines in the front. And if they do, we know what Stalwart Esports is capable of. I don't really need to elaborate a lot on that. But this replay right here is quite interesting. As ElementriX, they just dismantle TRZ. Oh.
Well, let's see. Demo is going to be really low. Wally as well, just barely managing to stay alive. And Esports, it looks like they could be the world of trouble. But ElementriX, I think ElementriX, their eyes are set on securing the chicken dinner in this game. 1952 getting eliminated as well. 7 teams, 19 players still surviving. 6 seconds in the blue zone is going to be, Memo just backing off right in the nick of time. But the other lads from the side of 7C, they find themselves up against the Titans that are ElementriX right now. And the trades are going to go in the favor of ElementriX. Mr. Yuzu doing a phenomenal job for his team. But the backstab from Godless can change everything. He takes down Mr. Yuzu, but falls down to the blue himself.
Oh,
and
man.
well, then there were 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, she said there were 5. There's so many bodies now hitting the deck. Top 5 teams alive with 16 players in total. And then you have ElementriX too, just trying to pepper down bullets in the front. And Stalwart Esports Cry spots out the players in the front. Now is also tapping away. And he's just trying to move around. TDK is such an uncomfortable spot though. And Legend is barely surviving right there on a sliver of health.
Well, let's
Cry.
see.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be very interesting because the center of the circle, it's kind of in a depth, so no one wants to move there. But you will be forced to move in that position once the blue zone keeps closing in and in and in. So the teams are going to try and sustain the high grounds for as long as possible, as long as they can. And I think the high voltage, ElementriX, they're going to be in the best possible situation if they can take out 7C Esports. But it doesn't look like that is going to happen anytime soon. At ElementriX, they're going to lose out on one of their players already. Stalwart Esports also have the angle for themselves to cause a lot of trouble for ElementriX. And 7C Esports, they're closing in the distance little by little. The smokes have been laid out by ElementriX though, and Sus is going to be finished off as well. Alright, Sus was, well, he did de-prone quite close to the lads of 7C, and do they know where he is? The answer is no. He was just lying there inside the smoke like a snake, and when he strikes, he's going to be pretty deadly. 7C Esports, ladies and gentlemen, one small mistake, just forgetting about the 4th man from the side of ElementriX, the new man in ElementriX, in fact, and they are made to pay for that as they get eliminated. And ElementriX, they walk out of the fight with all 3 players, and again, they have control of the best position inside the game. This slow leaves them isolated. If the circle moves in their direction, this is going to be their game to win. But if it moves away, then I think ElementriX, they might need a few more smokes to cross the road, make it to the other side. But Esports from the flank do find an opening again, and Incus is the man going down. Liquid quite close for the revive, but is that going to happen? That's going to be a big question, and it's going to be very risky.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. Indeed, it is going to be risky. ElementriX right there in the front. And now look at this. Pika's taking quite a lot of shots in the front as well, just trying to find some connections through the smoke, but isn't really able to find anything just yet. CO2 right on the left. The consistency that the squad of Steel is able to show in this game is just immaculate. and it's going to be hard to match for any other team. Moving forward, though, I want to see the same kind of performance even from this team. ElementriX also having a little high ground to work with, but the problem is they just don't have the zone. They still need to make their presence known in the zone. So that's when ElementriX will need to expose themselves, and they're going to catch a lot of bullets. And already there are a couple of casualties raining down.
Let's see. Just 4 teams, 10 players still alive in this match. Oh, PK needs to be careful. He's going to be blown up by a nade. On the other side, Stalwart Esports, they lose out on one of their own as Demo is going to be knocked out. And, well, it doesn't look like anyone in this fight has a clear advantage. Someone is getting taken out by the other T2K. In fact, they have Legend, who is, well, living up to be a legend right now, has 3 eliminations secured. There's going to be the Grenadier title going to him as well. And I think finally, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see these teams start to take an exit one after the other. ElementriX, although having done a phenomenal job in the game so far, 11 eliminations secured already. And oh no, Legend is going to burn alive, extra crispy, in fact, as T2K, they're going to be taken out of this game as well. In a few short moments, I think it's going to be made official. Oh, is he still alive?
Oh, I think so, yes.
Wow.
Oh,
I thought he was done.
Look at the nade, too. It's so close. And oh, my God, that's going to be it for Train to Kill. But again, they're doing such a great job. Demo hiding right behind this little tree. And I was also going to whip out a little nade right there. Demo is trying to move in from the left. Trying to gain a little bit of upper ground in this fight. A little bit of edge is going to be enough for this man. This upper ground edge can help Stalwart Esports to try and secure this game in their hands, as Baron as well is still alive in the game. Scry is one of those men you always going to give, or you always need to give a lot of respect to. Oh, the nades are quite close. He's trying his best to dodge him. The second one was way too close for comfort, though. And Seal, finally, they're going to charge in, and they're going to get the little line of sights on him.
Well, as it was said yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, Stalwart Esports, every single time they're here in the PMPL, you know they're going to dominate day number 1, week number 1, in fact, in its entirety. And that's the second chicken dinner today, by the way. So Stalwart Esports off to the races. And did you notice that, Necro, in the end? The first position from DRS, it's gone. It's Stalwart Esports now.
Oh man, it was actually Skylightz Gaming on the first spot. So,
oh yeah, Skylightz. DRS, they were trying to climb, but they weren't really making it to the other side. Yeah.
Man, still though, the top 3 is just so close, Johnny. And Skylightz Gaming now losing the throne, and Seal just showing themselves up so well in the league play days. That makes me question even more that, hey, is your performance going to be the same in the Super Weekend? Now, we talked about revealing all your strats. Are you going to be doing the same thing? Are you going to reveal all your strats over there too? Because, again, if you've already revealed all your strats in the league play, what do you have on show? Or what do you have pretty much in your pockets for the Super Weekend?
I mean, that might be the question that Stalwart Esports will find themselves answering during the Super Weekend, because this team started off the day with 45 points on the 7th position. Now they are on the 1st, having beaten Skylightz Gaming. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the last game is going to be like. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a short break. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Split of 2022. This is One Super Johnny John, joined by Necro alongside with me. And as we head towards the last game of the day, Necro, I mean, when we started off the day, everyone was like, all right, Skylightz Gaming did very amazing to yesterday. They're going to do the same thing today. No one is going to be able to contest them. We're going to see them hit almost 200 points. Does not happen. Barely make it past 100. And Esports on the other side, they just come charging forward like basically a battering ram and make their way from the 7th to the first spot going into the Super Weekend. I think that has to be the best confidence booster that you could ask for.
I mean, talk about the confidence booster or anything. I still feel like there is one more game to go, so maybe Skylightz Gaming can get their spot back. You know, you never know. Maybe the final game seal, they might just fade away, and Skylightz Gaming, they might just get a decent game, and they are pretty much going to be the king of the hills. But hey, we're just a little too early to try and assume a lot of things. This the MVP of the previous game is in front of you guys. It's going to be Mr. Hyozu from ElementriX, the most oldest player out there in the Nepal region, with 5 eliminations, 8 knockouts, and then you have 779 damage done with 21:15 survival time.
I mean, you want to talk about the OGs? Here he is. Mr. Hyozu, one of the OGs of PUBG Mobile scene in Nepal, one of the biggest names you can come across, and in this match, definitely one of the biggest monsters you could face. 779 damage, 5 eliminations secured, 8 knockouts as well, 21 minutes of survival time. So ElementriX, I mean, they did enough having a very good game this time around, specifically because of Mr. Hyozu and Sus as well, but even Liquid did quite a decent job. Esports, they know how to capitalize. Their whole thing was the fact that, all right, we're going to wait till the late. We're going to let them position themselves for them to be in our crosshairs, let them be aggressive, let them make a positioning error. And as soon as ElementriX did that, Esports started to punish them. They were going for the punish on Stalwart Esports as well, because Scry was all alone. He was busy in his 1v1 situation against Legend. So I think Esports definitely know how to strike when it is their moment to do so.
Talk about the moment of strike, though. I mean, Sus as well from the side of ElementriX. It's just pretty much the entire ElementriX squad. And talk about TDK. The past couple of games, TDK has been so freaking consistent. And I feel like they deserve a lot of props, a lot of, applause for that. Because TDK, the way they were playing in the first day, a lot of fingers were raised on them. But as soon as TDK in day 2, the way they're playing now, as I said, you don't really need to get any chicken dinners. You don't need to have pop-up performances. All you need is that consistency. And TDK on day 2, they're able to do that. They're able to show that consistency. That means TDK is one of those teams that all the teams on the top, they need to fear out from. Because we know this team has the makings of pretty much the kings out there. But the way they're playing in the league play days is making me question quite a lot. And if you're already going to be questioned, there's always going to be that little, that little anonymous aura that's going to be created around your team. How are you going to be performing Super Weekends? Because I know TDK, they're capable of a lot of things, and I'm expecting greatness from now on.
I mean, everyone expects greatness from T2K. I mean, again, the kind of players that they have, they can achieve a lot of things if everything just works out for them, if those mistakes aren't there. And I think we're going to see this team improve as we move further and further on with the league. But for now, this is still, I think, the moment in time where we are seeing just T2K get back into their old self, get back to the old form, and I think by the end of the Super Weekend, we're going to see them in the top 5, the top 6 in the Super Weekend rankings as well. That is what I expect T2K to do. On the other side, though, talking about the match rankings, I mean, it was a game that ElementriX dominated, even though they were out of the 3rd position in terms of their placement. So it's 10 points for placements, 13 for an elimination, 23 points secured from the game. The team with the chicken dinner also getting 23, but Stalwart Esports this time, just 17 points coming for them. I don't think they're going to be too happy with that. They expected a lot more with the way that they were pushing forward for the team fights, one after the other.
Yeah, TRZ again, just continuing to be those free kills in the lobby.
Well, yeah. Alrighty, but I mean, Esports, they've done quite a lot so far in this match. I mean, not just match, but today itself. Yesterday, they were not off to a good start, and I expected, I don't know, what Esports have done in the previous PMPLs. I expected their 2 weeks worth of performance to just get crumbled down into just the start of the tournament as well, not working out for them. But they've proven me wrong already. They have made sure that, all right, first week we're not going to mess up. First week we're going to be on point. They have to prove me wrong again. They have to prove Ocean wrong again, as well, as he also keeps on mentioning that, all right, after the first week, Skylightz Esports is guaranteed that they're going to take a dip in their performance. This time, I think earlier on in the game, as we have a look in the zone analysis, Necro, you're going to notice that the cluster of the team started to form along the shorelines. That means almost 80% of the lobby expected the circle to just be towards the bridge or just take a shift towards the military island. They were prepared for it.
Exactly. You talk about the cluster of the teams, though, and it actually shifts quite close to the brush side as well. That means ElementriX, they were in the prime spot. They also had the high ground to work with, and then they also could just rain down bullets on a lot of players. But now this is where the entire course changes, right? The circle shifts on top of Stalwart Esports. TDK barely makes it in with little compound, but ElementriX, they knew somewhere down line, the majority of the zone is actually covered on the other side of the road. That means the road is always going to be that dividing factor for the zone. ElementriX now needed to move up out in the open, and this is where all the other teams, for example, Stalwart Esports, they had a huge chance to take a dig against ElementriX, and that's what exactly happened. But the next circle shift, though, this is quite a hard one. It actually shifts on top of the players of ElementriX, not really on top, quite close, but still ElementriX, at this point, they were getting focused hard because they also had the high ground in that previous circle. Now, keep this in mind. Having high ground in late games, especially when you don't have a lot of cover to play around with, especially when you don't have the risk to try and pepper down bullets, then that high ground is pretty much going to be a curse for you rather than blessing.
Exactly. It's like you standing on top of a hill with a flare in your hands and just waving it in the air. Hey, this is where you need to shoot. But still, let's have a look at the open moments from this match as well and enjoy the action that we witnessed once again. This has been the story on every single map. I mean, Miramar, I get it, but the Erangel starting off this slow is something you usually do not expect.
Exactly. I mean, slower start for sure has been throughout the course, but I want to see how things are going to be looking like on the Sandhawk, though, baby, you know?
Oh, that's going to be next week, though.
Yeah, Sandhawk's going to be whipped out soon. I'm pretty sure that there's a little bit of time for Sandhawk, so let's not talk about it just yet. But yeah, Skylightz Gaming right here. They took a lot of casualties on this fight. Don't really feel like personally this fight was worth it, but they also didn't really have any other option. It was pretty much do or die moment. And it's okay. Skylightz Gaming, they also know top 16 is the way to go.
Well, definitely. Again, top 16, a priority for almost every single team right now. And going into the last game of the day, I think it is definitely going to be putting a lot of the teams under a lot of pressure, specifically 1952, 7C, DRZ, again, not having a great day today. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how these teams set themselves up for the last match. And I think considering Skylightz Esports, IHC, Phantom, and DRS are going to be out of the picture, I think it is going to be quite interesting in the last Erangel as to how the opportunity is going to be utilized by the rest of the lobby. How the opportunity is going to be utilized by DRS and Skylightz Gaming to secure the first position again.
And Seal over here, the way they played this was again pretty good. Now, I talked about this. All you need is consistency, and Seal are actually able to deliver it throughout the mark. Not just consistency, they're able to knock it out the park, at least in league play. But I want to see what's going to happen in the Super Weekend. Moving forward, taking a look at the damage graph, though, Seal, of course, they're going to be all the way on top without a doubt, but they are not leading on the damage factor. ElementriX is the one leading in the damage factor because they also had the high ground. I told you, they had a lot of info to work around with, but in the late game, that high ground kind of converted into a curse rather than blessing.
I mean, definitely, as you said, the high ground, it became a curse for them, but I think the 13 eliminations that they had secured before that, they definitely made up for the fact that ElementriX, they were down in the number of players that they had, and they were also struggling with their position. Although T2K, I think, again, kudos to Legend right there from the team who was able to secure a few extra points, elimination points for his team, bringing them into the top 10 going into the last match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. But Skylightz Esports, they have an 11-point advantage against Skylightz Gaming, so not too difficult for Skylightz to take away the first position again and go into the Super Weekends as the leaders of the leaderboard.
Talk about the leaders of the leaderboard, though. I mean, I don't know what IHC is going to be thinking now, because IHC coming inside, having huge hopes. It's okay. Super Weekend was what I'm really eyeing out for. But again, the inconsistency is also being seen in the league play days. Hopefully, this is not going to be replicating in the Super Weekend. Taking a look on the other half of the board, though, Atrax now moved all the way down to 18th spot. What's going on, Dax? You guys need to catch up.
They can't. They are done. 8 games played. That's all you get for the league play days. Atrax is out of the Super Weekend race already, and that opens up the spot for High Voltage and TRZ and also A1 Esports to capitalize on, because now, I mean, for TRZ, it's going to be definitely a lot tougher because they have a 20-point gap against 7C Esports they have to cover up, but A1 Esports and High Voltage can definitely secure a spot within the top 16 if they manage top 3 finish in this game with like 3 to 4 eliminations. But let's see what is going to happen. Seal Esports definitely doing quite a lot today, as this is going to be their hat-trick opportunity going into the last match, and they aren't going to be there. So quite an unfortunate event. And all right, so I just noticed right there, Seal Esports, they got 2 chicken dinners, and in both the games they got 23 points.
Ooh, okay. I mean, Seal Esports, I told you, they're just knocking it out the park on day 2, all right? They're knocking it out the park on day 2. But again, a couple of teams, it's going to be quite a sad news because, for example, Dax, then you have TRZ coming in as well. Not really doing that great. I'm pretty sure a lot of fan base from this team is going to be disappointed. But it's okay. It's just the week 1, ladies and gentlemen. And it's pretty early to judge any sorts of team, even in week 1. Because we've seen in the past, Johnny, even if a team is not able to qualify in week 1 Super Weekend, in week 2 and week 3, there's a chance they might just dominate. And this has happened in the past too.
I mean, definitely. And it is going to be quite interesting to see what this first Super Weekend is going to look like. But before we head towards the Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen, we need to get the league days done and then wait for a few days. And then we're going to be moving forward to the weekend where 3 days, 15 matches. I think, again, we've always seen the teams that even though they struggle during the first Super Week, if they are consistent enough in returning even for the next week, they're just the fact that they managed to get that little bit of a safety cushion against the team that missed out, I think gives them a little bit of a mental advantage in the fact that they know they have some point. They put themselves up on the board and they can definitely move forward. They won't have to start from scratch. So again, it's going to be #1 priority for a lot of these teams to see if they can actually accomplish that going into the first Super Weekend. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, with the match all set up, with all the lads ready for action, it's time to begin the last match of the day. One last Erangel, and then we will have the top 16 for the first Super Week.
Exactly, the top 16. Ladies and gentlemen, the final game of day 2 league play. Your wait to see or to find out which top 16 teams are going to be moving forward in the Super Weekend week 1. It's about to end soon after this final game of Miramar. So brace yourself, pretty much just start getting ready for this final game, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the plane to take off in the sky, as the map of Miramar is going to be starting out anytime soon, with the fly path starting from Torre Amuda and Campo Militar, ending all the way towards Los Higos. Johnny, take it away.
Well, it is going to be quite interesting to see how the teams are going to take the challenge that's going to be laid out in front of them. And as you said, the plane path leaning heavily towards the eastern part of the map. Anyone trying to land towards the city of El Pozo Credit Field is going to be in a world of trouble, as well they're going to be quite bored traveling the distance towards their desired drop location. It's going to be quite interesting to see if there are going to be drop clashes in the early stages as well. But look at where Deadeyes Guys are headed towards Campo Militar and Torre Amuda. That's going to be an interesting early game. And if the circle is towards the west, this decision from Deadeyes Guys, it is going to backfire for the team.
Oh, indeed, it is going to backfire big time. Not just small time, it's going to backfire big time. Look at Skylightz Gaming, though. They're probably going to head towards La Cabrera. That's where they like to go since the start. But TRZ now, again, the final chance to try and make it in. And if they do want to, then they're going to have to go big with like insane amount of elim points and some placement points. So you cannot try to play this game really slow, because there's going to be no chance. And also, you have no room for error. And also, to add on a little bit more salt, there's going to be a lot of pressure on these players. Their hands are going to be shaking. The nerves are going to be rattling. I don't know how they're going to get every single thing underneath their belt. But another team that I'm going to be looking out for has to be A1 Esports. Now, man, coming inside this one, I had a lot of expectations. But as you can see in the overall rankings, Johnny, you don't even see them in the top 16.
Exactly, and I mean, even though you don't see them in the top 16, A1 Esports are not too far behind from the rest of the competition. So 7C Esports and 1952 and Savage Esports, I think these three teams, they need to worry. Because if they don't perform, then either A1 Esports or High Voltage might just snatch away their position into the Super Weekend, and that is not going to be good for them. Savage Esports, we have them on our screens right now, and again, they haven't been having too great of a day today. So maybe going into this last match, just figure out a way to sustain the position that you have. Just hold on to the top 16 and just not let it go. Qualify for the Super Week. You're going to have one day tomorrow. That's going to be a break for these teams, and I think they can use it as a reset point. Try and figure out what were the mistakes made. Why did we finish on the 13th spot? Why weren't we within the top 5 or in the top 7? And then see if they can try and fix those mistakes and have a much better result during the Super Weekend.
Johnny, but you know what? You know what I wish, really? I wish we could turn back time to the good old days where we actually had a venue to cast, where English desk was the main priority. But now we have downgraded big time, and I feel like we need to shed some light on that too.
I mean, it is our colleagues that have basically booted us out of our home and then taken over. But hey, they like it's just you, me, and Ocean left now.
You wanna gang up on Unch? Tell me.
We can't do it. There's 5 of them. There's 3 of us at max.
It's okay. The rest 3, they're gonna sit back and relax. Just tell me, man.
Life's never fair that way, Necro. You sweet, sweet child.
Did you just call me a child? That's an insult. Oh my God, this man.
Have you seen my beard though?
I mean,
it's so majestic.
Nah, I don't like it. It looks like there's a lot of bugs living in your beard.
That's that now. Yeah. That's untrue. Just a sweeping declaration for everyone. That's completely untrue. Looks like Vibes, they are just busy looting right now, just like everyone else in the lobby. And not a lot of action in the early stages of Miramar. But again, all right, Necro. So you tell me, what's your favorite spot in Miramar to start off? Like, where do you like to drop?
Interesting. Actually, I have quite a lot of places that I like to drop. And personally, I wouldn't really say I have this best spot, but I like Picado because it's right in the center. It's like the hot spot too. And personally, I feel like you also get a decent amount of loot to play with. And I'm a person, as I've told you over and over again, since the past, I like a lot of aggression. And that's what kind of a player I am. I just keep on aggressing against players in the front. I hear gunshots, I'm going to go and third party that.
Well, I mean, it's always fun to have those aggressive moments inside the game. But again, I think Picado, it works out quite nicely. But inside of a competitive lobby, especially a lobby like this one, you can be surrounded and get picked off quite easily. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if when Necro makes it to the pro circuit, what the Picado drop is going to look like. But for me personally, I like to drop towards Los Leones or El Pozo. I think those are my 2 preferred spots. Again, I'm all about that urban warfare. So just moving from building to building, from structure to structure, it feels a little bit more easier than especially on this map on Miramar, where it's so vast. So rotating from long distances becomes a challenge. Just starting off within those building areas, I think, gives you a little bit more breathing room, specifically in the early stages of the match, unless it's going to be just right underneath the plane path, just both the cities lying under the plane path, Los Leones and Pozo. And in that case, I guess it's going to be a hard drop. It's going to be a complete mess in the early stages of the match. Talking about messes, though, I mean, this could be a pretty messy situation as Precious spots out Reaper bot from DRS, goes for a few shots and then backs off.
Oh, man. Still, though, nothing really critical happening just yet in the game. Things are taking quite slow from all the teams. As expected in the initial couple of zones. None of the teams are trying to challenge a fight by themselves, so they're just going to try and take things as slow as possible, or as cautiously as possible. 7C here too, right next to the players of TDK. Now, this is where a lot of teams, they're just going to try and traverse around and find a sweet spot for themselves, as Raw 2 is one of those teams that is still left quite unsettled.
Well, let's see. Raw Esports right now, and I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how their progression is going to be as they move forward to the Super Weekend as well. I mean, they are in a pretty decent position. I don't see Raw getting kicked out of the top 16. I mean, they're pretty much inside the top 10, quite safe. And I think, again, priority for Raw is going to be to redeem themselves, because if you think, if you remember the last PMPL South Asia Season 4, Raw came into that event as one of the strongest contenders. I mean, we expected them to do big things going up against the Skylightz Gaming back then, the DRS back then, the teams like with Vibes that used to be back then as well. But Raw, they weren't up to the challenge, really.
A lot of shots peppered down. It's more kind of like some suppressive fire, making sure teams are not going to close on to your position. So your position is not going to get compromised. But as you can see, we have the player of ElementriX. It's Yozu. Just spot out the vehicle in the front, but he doesn't know that there's no one sitting even inside it. ElementriX, on the other hand, though, they might just get caught off guard as Suss's vehicle is just rolling all over the place. And he's now going to eject out the vehicle too. It gets blown over. But Suss, he's able to get back to the safety in the nick of time. But again, talk about holding the nerves of the guns, though. Stalwart Esports, they're not going to back out from this fight no matter what. They're going to keep on charging forward. They're going to keep on marching towards them.
Well, let's see. Everyone is trying to march forward and trying to stay safe so far in the match, though. I mean, 10 minutes in. Not a lot of action. The teams on Miramar do know exactly how to avoid each other. We did see one lad going down a few moments earlier, but I think we might just see one more as T2K's Jane is pinned down. And there's the knock. No Fear, knowing No Fear, takes down one more lad. And T2K, even though they were planning to back their teammate up, now they're going to be forced to back off completely from this fight, as there's no way for them to recover.
Talk about no way to recover, though. It's JyanMaara. They've already gotten one limb point for themselves, so that's going to be a nice momentum, or that's going to be a nice pace for them already set in the game. Snipe YT taking a couple of shots in the front. But again, if you talk about the pace of the game, though, this is quite slow because it's still the second zone. Nothing really much happening. Teams, they're still traversing around. They're still trying to find the sweet spot. And Deadeyes Guys, finally they open the fray up. TDK, Sandesh goes down, and that's a big man too, because TDK, they're already in a struggling phase in this one, or in this game, as two players have already taken down. Now it's all down to Legend and Suyog.
Let's see, Legend and Suyog. I mean, Legend, in fact, even in the last game, he was the man left to clutch it out for his team, and he delivered quite nicely. But look at this. Oh, true love. Well, not a lot of love for him from Snipe YT, as he has him completely pinned down, and Shifu is going to be the next man in target, but Snipe takes a lot of damage in return, drops down to around 50% HP. The helmet almost getting shot off his head right there, but still managed to survive, still managed to stay on his feet. Repeats the same bridge again. That's a risky move.
Yeah, this man's got nerves of steel.
Yeah.
He's not scared of anyone. He's not afraid. And look at this flank, though, from No Fear. This might just prove to be so damaging for the teams in the front. Now still, you have ElementriX with, again, the prime positioning in the zone. They have the high ground to work with. Oh, man, I don't know how things are going to be looking like for them, though. Has a little bit of shots taken from Yozu. Extreme actually ejects out the vehicle. Or oh no, that's just a little bit of visual problems. But yeah, he's going to keep on going forward. No connections found from Yozu. Again, you talk about suppressive fire, making sure that the enemies know your position and they're never going to try and close into your direction. High voltage, having the high ground on top of the players of 1952.
Well, let's see. There's a second airdrop right there with the MK14, the 4x scope, the level 3 kit being there. Let's see which one of the 60 lads remaining in the server right now will be able to recover this weapon and yield it to the best of its abilities. But Savage Esports on the other side, we did see them take a hit on the feed, and I mean, it's not going to be a long fight that they're going to be a part of. I think it's going to be quite short and disengaged a little bit sooner, because there is a lot of distance between them and the opposition, so they should be able to recover quite easily. And as the circle moves towards Montenuevo, Power Grid, El Pozo, the mountain that is in control of ElementriX right now, I think that can guarantee ElementriX having another good game yet again in this match as well.
Oh man, the circle shifts though. Look at it. Kind of in the center. It's kind of like an off-center circle.
Yeah.
Tilted a little bit on the left. Look at the pace of the final game too, Johnny. It's just so slow. Every single team knows the value of this game. They know there's a lot of void to fill. So none of the teams they want to go against or they want to cross any of the eyes in the front. They want to make sure every single step they're taking is as cautious as possible, because it's the final game and there's something to prove always in the final games.
Well, let's see. As you said, I mean, a little extra bit of caution is definitely taken by almost all of these teams in the last few matches that they play every single day. And this time, although DRS stepping it up, as Hustler has been taken down, completely finished off as well. Stalwart Esports having the other two lads from Savage Esports pinned down, and Action going for the shots again and again. Look at this. JyanMaara is going to be in the crosshairs next. DRS finding yet another pick for them.
Oh, man. Talk about finding picks, though. JyanMaara, look at them. They're just traversing across in the open fields in front of DRS, but it's quite far away, so not really expecting a lot of things. DRS, though, they get their line of sights locked on the Stalwart Esports. They notice a little vehicle just smoking on that hilltop. So they're definitely going to be a little paranoid off that high ground right there in the front. Does spot out a buggy, though. Got to give props to this man. He has some eagle eyes for sure. It's Killer YT on the side of DRS Gaming. Just trying to take things really slow and cautious. JyanMaara, one of those teams, they have a stacked lineup as well. But one of the big man, Gunner, has already been taken care of. So that's a big threat neutralized.
Well, let's see. I mean, a big threat neutralized, as you said, but the rest of the lads are still going to be pretty scary to deal with on the other side. Susan, again, T2K chiming in. There's a lot of third parties happening in this game right now. And 7C Precious is going to be taken down in the scuffle as well. Vibes, they are doing so much in that fight. 7C, I think, quite close to getting eliminated from the match, if I'm not wrong. But Savage Esports against JyanMaara. Snipe being left behind. They see T2K rotating from the high ground as well. Eisenberg in the blue along with his teammate. And they are both bleeding out. Although they do have a lot of healing utility on them to actually sustain the damage in the early stages, and I think they're going to be pretty much quite safe moving forward from here on out, depending on whether Stalwart Esports let them go for free or not.
Exactly. Vibes, though, they're racking up a lot of kills in the kill feed, as you can see. 7C, they're just getting ripped apart into pieces single-handedly, slowly and steadily. They're getting dismantled. They're getting devoured. As ElementriX, look at the high ground this team has. They're just able to pepper down bullets in the front. All the teams that are in the front, they will need to try and make sure things are taken as cautiously as possible. Stalwart Esports as well. At this point, this is just a battle of high grounds. Who is going to be the king of the hill? And for now, it seems like it's ElementriX who have been really proactive in this game.
Well, let's see. ElementriX, they might have been very proactive, but I think again the way their position has, the way the circle has moved around them so far, I think has also been quite beneficial to them, and I think that is something that the team can definitely capitalize on quite nicely. But 16 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen, still all 16 teams are still present in this lobby. 53 players still alive. Deadeyes Guys caught out in the open. Look at this. They're trying to push for the factory, but there's another squad that has the same intention, and it is Raw, in fact, who already have control of the proper cover.
Talk about the control, though. Deadeyes Guys, they're quite slipped out from this one. They only have those little shacks to work around with, or little hay bales to work around with. Not a lot of cover, not a lot of room for error for sure for this team. As Raw Assault is going to find this little off mark, or this little off angle on the players of Deadeyes Guys. But this nade from the side of Deadeyes Guys, though, is going to reply back pretty strong as they're able to find a knock straight up and Assault goes down. The confirmation shouldn't be that tough as well, because the man's kind of trapped inside this little building too. So Deadeyes Guys now, they're trying to get the confirmation on the fallen man. They're making sure Assault is going to fall on top of the flames, and that's what happens.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see how this action is going to progress as Deadeyes Guys, they're looking to force this fight against the lads from Raw, and they have them wrapped around on the backlines as well. Kazi trying to avoid any sort of action that's headed in his direction, and Mama God, he's trying to protect his teammate as well. Last two lads, they do find an opening. Other lad from the side of Deadeyes Guys is going to be very low as well. So there is an opportunity for Raw to come out on top from this fight, but that is not going to happen. And ladies and gentlemen, one after the other, we see the teams taking an exit from this matchup. 7C Esports is going to be the next. JyanMaara, I don't think they're going to be sticking around for a long time. And Raw as well, as I think Deadeyes Guys, they're just now at this point very angry, and they want to make sure that Raw is not going to be staying in this lobby for a long time.
Yeah, they indeed are really pissed. And now they're looking to just engulf the teams around them into their flame of anger. Deadeyes Guys, though, Raw still in the front. Raw, they're just making sure they're being as quiet as possible. They do not want to give the life tracker away with the footsteps. So there you have Mama God and Kazi right next to each other. It's a 2-on-4 situation, but it has came down to a stalemate because Deadeyes Guys, too, they do not want to charge in. But if I was Deadeyes Guys here, I would make sure all four of us are pushing in at the same time. And it shouldn't really be that tough of a task to try and take these two players down.
Well, let's see. As you said, it's not going to be that difficult, but it's not going to be easy either. And moving forward in this matchup, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how the action is going to break down and how it's going to progress. Because look at this, we're almost at the 20-minute marker, and there are still 11 teams, 36 players alive. There's not a lot of moving room for these players. There's not a lot of space available for them to move around in. And DRS, they're trying to contest this high ground against the lad of Stalwart Esports, while they themselves are being surrounded from almost all the directions. There's Venom Legends closing in from the rear as well. There are the other teams in the distance that can easily shoot them down, and still they're trying to move forward. But 1952, that is not good.
Oh, those are some precise taps from Rafat, and he's able to get the knock through as well. Now Venom Legends, all the teams, they need to make it inside the zone, as the only man inside the zone is kind of exposed is JyanMaara, no fear. He's exposed too. As soon as the teams are going to start pushing in, no fear, he's going to have a lot of things to fear for, a lot of angles to fear from. Vibes is right next to him as well. ElementriX in the front. All the teams at this point, they're trying to find any source to cover. Oh, fights breaks out in the front. SDRS, one of the players kind of going to get off track, and he will get punished by Stalwart Esports, as the other two players are right in the front, and Delta as well is going to follow it up. Pika, he might just 1v3 this, and no, it's going to be the final man of DRS who actually gets third-partied from the back, and it's going to be Stalwart Esports putting the final nail in the coffin. Or scratch that, it's going to be Venom Legends who's going to take down the final man, and now it's Avon Esports too following it up.
Well, there's a lot of action on the board right now on this battlefield, and Henry is going to try and back off, but won't be able to make it as he gets taken out before he was about to reach the cover. An assassin with the M249 is just a monster at this point, going after one lad after the other, just handing down, well, the fury, the fury that the man has in his hands right now is just quite brutal to witness. I want to see how long is he going to be able to keep that up, because the team was under a lot of pressure. Again, finding in the open, it's never going to be easy. But again, look at this. ElementriX, they might have missed out on the chicken dinner in the last game, but this time they're here to make sure it is going to be theirs. All 4 players once again. And they, again, the terrain advantage that they had in the early stages of the game, they have made sure that they utilized it to the best of their abilities and have made it into the top 8 so far. I believe they have 5 eliminations to their name as well.
Yeah, they're quite evenly spread out too, so they have a lot of zone control in their hands, but they also need to watch out from the team that are going to move in from the back. Especially No Fear, he has the capability to try and spoil the entire course of the game, so he's the only man left alive. The solo survivors, they can write a team's destiny, they can write a team's fate, and as we have Deadeyes Guys in the front. Oh, they're able to find some connections through the smoke, and those are some great finds as well. As Frag Boy, it's going to be next to impossible to try and convert that frag into a, or try and convert that knock into a frag, as Prabeen is also going to move in a little close to the warehouse. Venom Legends too, they're taking things quite slow. Dedicators already went down from that squad. As Raw Esports with 2 men strong. It seems like they're tunnel visioning hard on the front. Maybe Deadeyes Guys is they're trying to push in a little bit.
Well, let's see. They're trying to see if they can.
Oh my god, what a name.
I mean, it is going to be quite interesting. Venom Legends, they are not looking too good with the way they have spread themselves out all over the map. Just one man has been sent forward to find a way inside the circle, and he will never be able to accomplish that all alone, especially considering there's a 4-man squad of ElementriX standing in his way. So it's definitely not an easy task for Steel Shot to pull off, but oh, the nade, it is going to be perfect, and he does find an opening. Steel Shot knocking down the danger man, Mr. Yozu, and with the Molotov, will be able to finish him off. ElementriX, they've taken another big hit after Orange. Mr. Yozu is going to be shut down, so all the pressure now of collecting the points from this match falls down to Sus and Incus. Will they be able to capitalize? That is going to be definitely a very, very big decision for the team, but look at that. Steel Shot is going to be happy with himself with the way he's secured an extra point for his team, and Venom Legends, they find themselves on to 9 eliminations in total secured.
9 eliminations in total secured. ElementriX still with 2 players up, and they're quite spread out. Personally, not really a big fan of that spread, but it's a one-on-one spread from their side as well. Raw, they're trapped now in this little building. But Raw, they don't really have a lot of breathing space to work with as well. They soon will need to try and vault out this window, as the circle is going to take a shift away from them, and it's right on top of the players of Venom Legends and ElementriX. As I said, there is a split between these 2 players, but these Molotov right here, it's going to make sure both those players are burning to a crisp, and this might just be it. Oh, they're barely surviving, though. They're not just falling on top of the flames yet. Oh, they found a little bit of pixel of land, and also a little bit of hope for them to try and stay alive in this game, as Kazi's finally going to vault out. Did get spotted out, though, but still, at least he's alive.
Well, at least he is alive for a little bit longer in this match, as, well, final 4 teams remain, 9 players still alive. And even though ElementriX have made it this far into the match, I think moving any further, it is going to be a very big challenge for them. Venom Legends are still here due to Steel Shot, who's doing a phenomenal job. But Kazi from Raw is going to be spotted out, and Sus, in fact, with a very, very precise spray, gets the knock, but True Love steals away the elimination right there. So extra points for Deadeyes Guys for doing that, but Venom Legends Steel Shot, I think this is going to be the final few moments we're going to see him fight, as he's completely pinned down. ElementriX pushing forward to finish him off. And, oh, in fact, he does make sure that ElementriX are going to be the one going out right now. And Venom Legends Steel Shot, what a moment for the lad, as he managed to survive with barely any HP on him. Incas, he tries to push forward, but he's going to fall
Oh
down
my
as
God.
well. The 2v1 clutch is going to be there for Steel Shot. And now a 1v4 as Deadeyes Guys, they push forward towards the final elimination, ladies and gentlemen, of the game. And Deadeyes Guys, they walk away with the chicken dinner in the very last game of the day.
Oh, they played that so well too.
Yeah.
They realized the rotation over there matters quite a lot. They took the high ground on all the teams that were right underneath them, and then they just were instilling fear. They were just raining down death and destruction on them because, of course, all the teams that were right underneath them, they were quite exposed at that time. So there was pretty much no way out from that spot.
Oh, well, definitely. And again, I mean, Deadeyes Guys, we saw them take that factory position quite earlier on when their fight started with the players from Raw. And from there, moving forward till the moment they secured the chicken dinner, I think the control, the patience this team showcased in this particular match was definitely something that impressed me. And again, with this chicken dinner, they do move themselves up on the leaderboard, but for them, does it even matter, as you've been saying, Necro, this entire day? Because Deadeyes Guys had pretty much secured a spot for themselves in the top 16 even before this match. What I want to have a look at is the overall rankings now. Who will be in the top 16 and who will be out of it?
Exactly. That's what I figured out too, because overall rankings now is what matters. Because we saw between that 16, 15 spot, things were getting a little too close because teams that were right underneath them, they were trying to take it over.
Yeah. But, I mean, we're going to be breaking down this game and discussing it even further. But before we do that, we're going to take a very short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, after that break to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022. And the matches for the league play for week 1, ladies and gentlemen, are done. Now, all we have to do is just move forward with the graphics and have a look at the top 16 that are going to be performing, the top 16 teams that will be playing in the very first Super Weekend of this PMPL.
Because, hey, top 16 teams are going to be moving on forward in the Super Weekends. And if the people that are new here, the tournament format is pretty simple. You play the league play days, you try to get to top 16. Top 16 teams moves on forward in the Super Weekends. And in the Super Weekend, they try to duke it out to find out who is going to be which top 16 teams are going to be the teams that are going to move on forward in the finals as well. As you take a look at the MVP, though, it's going to be Sus from ElementriX with 5 villain points, 894 damage, 4 knocks, and 5 assists with the survival time of 24:37.
Well, quite a wonderful performance right there from Sus. And again, he has been very consistent for his team in the last 2 games. I mean, even in the last game, Mr. Yozu did a phenomenal job. Sus was there right behind him, backing up. And even in this game, it was the same thing. Both the lads doing absolutely phenomenal. ElementriX being very nice with the numbers that they put up on the board in the last 2 matches as well. And again, I mean, they have now again given me the hope that we are going to see the same old ElementriX that used to dominate back in the days again, even in the first Super Weekend. And also, one more lad that I think we need to mention has to be Steel Shot from Venom Legends. Those final fights and the way he was positioning himself, he knew exactly where he needed to be to make sure that the players from ElementriX were in a world of trouble. And they were going to be in trouble because of how Deadeyes Guys were moving. So 200 IQ positioning from Steel Shot.
I'm telling you, man, ElementriX and Super Weekend, this has to be one of the teams to watch out from. Because the way they played on day 2, I mean, we know day 2 is the day of comebacks, and ElementriX realized that. They realized there's a huge void to fill. And the way they played in day 2, man, the IGLing has been on point. The communication from this team, the way they're rotating inside the zones too, the way they're getting that high ground, the way they're being proactive. In general, ElementriX, the way they're playing is just impressive.
I mean, it is definitely very, very impressive the way this team has been playing, as you have said. But again, I mean, it will come down to the fact, can they do the same thing on the weekend? Can they do the same thing for the matches that actually matter, where everyone will be try-harding as much as they can? So I think we will have to wait for the first day of the Super Weekend to actually figure out exactly what the teams are up to. But for now, on the stats of the previous game, I think again, Venom Legends, the damage received, the number of eliminations that the teams have, the knocks that they got, I think everything is just impressive. It's just the damage received marker compared to their damage dealt out. And again, comparing to the team that they're up against, Deadeyes Guys, I think not much of a difference right there between the two teams. But again, look at the match summary, and it's ElementriX everywhere. It's sus everywhere. Orange just managed to get the long distance elimination with the 311 distance right there.
Exactly. As you said, RNG was able to get 311 meters, longest distance elimination.
Wow.
I mean, that isn't really the longest elimination, or that isn't really that impressive, especially on the map of Miramar. But hey, it's still quite impressive, right? And moving on forward, though, then you have Sus2 with the highest elim points. We saw this, man. He was the MVP. And now let's take a look at the match rankings. Man, just show me the overall rankings at this point. Why are you guys playing with my feelings?
I think it's not just you. It's all the viewers that are waiting right now, just waiting to see what the final ranking is going to be like and how the teams are going to be placed. And also, I think, all right, so Necro, I think you and I can agree on this, that TRZ is not moving forward. TRZ are basically out. A1 Esports on the other side, they secured 3 points from this match. Ooh, oh, that is... I think they're just going to be on the verge.
I don't think so they made it. Personally, I don't think so they've made it in top 16. And if you talk about the veterans, man, they're veterans. Do you really expect such kind of a performance coming through from a team like A1 Esports? I mean, even if they have barely squeezed their way in top 16, I don't know how they're going to be doing on Super Weekend, because the competition is just going to keep on amping up. That means A1 Esports, the series for struggle is going to just keep on going even harder.
Exactly, and talking about struggles, Necro, talking about things that are difficult to pull off, let's have a look at the zone analysis for this map, because rotations were quite tricky for everyone else. Everyone was struggling. I mean, from the 3rd to the 4th circle onwards, everyone was very, very paranoid whenever they decided to move out of their safety, move out of the safe haven and get a new position for themselves. Everyone except one team. Look at where ElementriX is, and look at where they will end the game. They are on that high ground, that sweet little mountain, from where they can watch everyone else underneath just trying to fight amongst themselves like mere mortals, while ElementriX, they just hold on to that position for so long. And I think that was like 50% of the advantage in the game that they had.
Exactly, and that's what I said, right? The communication was on point from the player. They played it so well, too. They made sure they're not letting the high ground go away till the end. And then even that 1-1 split, if you saw later on, when there was like only 2 players alive in the final zone, that 1-1 split was pretty brilliant too. The one man that was all the way up top, who was able to get the high ground on the other player, he was making sure he's providing as much as cover fire as possible.
Yeah. And I think, again, it was a very, very wonderful game from all the teams. I mean, ElementriX, Deadeyes Guys, Venom Legends, Steel Shot. We are never going to forget that clutch play against the lads of ElementriX, and just fighting till the last moment. I think that was very impressive to watch. I think this was the moment where Deadeyes Guys decided to capitalize. They were taking the fight against Raw from here on out, and that fight carried on till the very last few moments of the game. So, like, that was a very, very long fight between the two teams. And even though ElementriX at one point had the opportunity to, instead of going for Venom Legends, just straight up charge towards Deadeyes Guys and finish them off earlier on, because that is where the majority of the numbers were that could have put ElementriX in a disadvantage. They, I think, wanted to prioritize those elimination points a little bit more. And, well, easy eliminations is will be in this situation where you have the numbers advantage to the win for Venom Legends. Did not really turn out the way they thought it would, though.
Hey, dude, just show me the overall rankings, please. Like, what is this? Why
not
am
right
I looking
now.
at
We
these?
wait. We build it up.
Just show me, man. I'm just getting a little too impatient here, guys. It's hard for me to, I just want the suspense to be revealed. But yeah, for now, let's take a look at the highlights for you guys to just understand how that previous game went around. And yeah, I mean, the bodies weren't hitting the deck till pretty late because all the teams, it seemed like they were so comfy in the spot they found themselves in. And TRZ, again, being free kills, feeding those kills for other teams.
I think for me, the best moment in this match would have to be the steel shot play towards the end. Not just the fact that the 1v2 that he did towards the end, but from the moment he took down Mr. Yozu till the moment the game ended, I think steel shot, the way he was handling himself under immense pressure was just absolutely impressive. Stalwart Esports, I think I expected them to pop off quite nicely in this game, but again, I think for the teams, for all the 4 teams in the top 4 in this match, I think their priority was just on like getting more and more elimination numbers on the board, because everyone was playing very spread out. You talk about DRS, you talk about Stalwart Esports, none of them wanted to play together. They were like, all right guys, it's solo games now, you try and see how many eliminations you can get, I'll try and see how many eliminations I can get. Whoever gets the highest wins.
Whoever gets the highest,
no prize though. Yeah.
Whoever gets the highest eliminations,
yeah,
he won't pay for the party tonight. Ooh, that's a good deal right there.
That's
but yeah,
enough,
moving forward though. Yeah, moving forward though, let's take a look at the damage graph. Where is the overall rankings? Well, yeah, damage graph in front of you guys. Deadeyes Guys with 6 elim points in that previous game, of course. But look at Venom Legends. They went so ham in that previous game with 11 elim points and 1421 damage. And then you have ElementriX too. Look at the damage bars from the side of ElementriX. They were just able to rain down so many bullets on the players. They're not able to get a lot of confirmations.
Well, and it's going to be quite an interesting situation, as I mean, even though Raw, I mean, they were in that extended fight right there against Deadeyes Guys. They do not have that many eliminations. I think the pickoffs that were the players that they lost in the mid-game stages, I think, putting a very big impact. But Necro, you wanted it. We gave you everything else before. We wanted this in front of us. The overall rankings are here.
Finally, second page. I don't want to look at this. Second place, please.
I mean, all right, so interesting things over here as well. Venom Legends and Deadeyes Guys taking a massive leap. And IHC dropping down. Look at them on the 7th.
I mean, it's okay. It doesn't matter, right? Top 16 is the way to go, and it's okay. Deadeyes Guys too. We talked about this. We knew Raw was going to make it as well. All these teams in the top. ElementriX having a phenomenal day too. They're able to make it. They're able to make themselves solidified on that 6th spot. Now, pretty much the first half is looking so good. Now this is the second half of the board. And Venom Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they haven't made it in top 16 of the Super Weekends. The veterans, one of the oldest teams out there, one of the oldest compositions out there, they're not able to make it in top 16 in week 1 of the PMPL. Now this is something that is disappointing and big time disappointing. Venom Esports just disappointing their fan base, and me too. I mean, I had a little bit of expectations.
I mean, all right, so think about this, right? Veterans get sitting out of the first Super Weekend. That it means that we are going to see new teams in action, and I think that is the thing that I'm focused on right now, because the first Super Weekend is going to be very exciting to watch. We have Phantoms who have managed to figure out a way to jump up. They did not have a good start to this week, by the way. Yesterday's first game was absolutely brutal for them, but they did bounce back quite nicely, and they did bring themselves on the 11th position. And it's not just A1 Esports, Necro. It's high voltage as well. Atrax has some of the biggest names from Nepal in the lineup. TRZ not making it to the first Super Weekend. So I think there is definitely going to be an uphill battle for these teams once they return to the second week. But hey, it's all right. They will still have 2 more weeks to bring themselves in. In the meanwhile, though, Seal Esports dominating today in its entirety. The average survival times above 20 minutes for everyone, for the entire team. And Demo was definitely a man who was on his way for a lot of demolition work, because he was definitely destroying a lot of hopes and dreams of the lads in the lobby.
Talk about destroying the hopes and dreams, though. Another one of those teams that I wanted to see in the top 16. High voltage, Johnny, hasn't made it in top 16 too. What's going on? What's wrong with these teams? High voltage, they have a stacked lineup. How did they not make it? Oh my God, this PMPL, it has been a complete change in the pace.
And hey, guess what? We're just getting started. This was just day 2. This isn't even the Super Weekend that we are at. I mean, Super Weekend is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, but it's going to happen on the weekend, of course. And elimination leaders on the lead in front of us right now. Gyalzen still holding strong on the first position with 18 eliminations that he got on the first day, 2974 damage. The average survival time a little bit less in comparison to Demo and Alex and Malik and AJ. So he's there on the first with the lowest average survival time. But hey, doesn't matter.
Oh man, indeed doesn't matter. And Alex, I mean, this man has popped off so well. Not gonna lie, I actually like that jersey quite a lot from IHC. Maybe if you guys can hit me up, make sure to send me some of the merch too. You know, I can post a couple of pics on my Insta. Johnny, you don't even try to take a shot at this time, okay? I have asked them for it. Hopefully I get it. IHC, hopefully you guys are watching the English stream. Probably you guys are not. But yeah, if you guys are, make sure to send me some merch. You know, I'd be a happy camper. But moving forward, though, let's take a look at the day summary. What's going on?
Classic Necro just blatantly just asking for merch, I guess. I guess that's your thing now?
Dude, look, man. It
are you
so
going to be the
cool.
merch guy?
It's irresistible, all right? Did you look at the jersey? It's so cool.
I mean, you have to earn it, Necro. If you start popping off in the lobby like this, then you get a merch.
Dude, come on. Are you kidding me?
I mean, that's what you have to do to get this.
You want me to go pro at this point? All right, bud.
Yes.
All right,
we're too old for that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm 21. I'm not old.
Oh, you're not. You still have time. I'm too old for that.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, again, I mean, it's going to be really hard to go pro, Johnny, because it's been a long time since we have left our hands from this game.
Look at what these teams do on a regular basis. I mean, we had the a day summary in front of us. I mean, getting 14 eliminations, even between four lads at this level, 14 eliminations in a single game is a lot. And Esports, they got 8 in one game, 8 in the next. They did it twice. They got 2 chicken dinners. And ladies and gentlemen, the Super Weekend lineup is here as well. We have Seal, we have Skylightz Gaming, Stalwart Esports, Vibes, DRS, ElementriX, IHC, Venom Legends, Deadeyes Guys, Raw, Phantoms, JyanMaara, T2K, 1952, Savage Esports, and last but not the least, it is 7C Esports. We're going to be joining them in the top 16. So, well, it has been an exciting couple of days. Day number 1, we saw what good pop-off performances were looked like from IHC, the way they started, from Stalwart Esports when they entered in match number 2 yesterday, and of course from Skylightz Gaming with the level of consistency that they displayed. And today we saw what desperation can make teams do, because ElementriX was struggling. They recovered quite nicely. Phantoms were struggling. They did a phenomenal job in the day. Deadeyes Guys, they did have a decent start yesterday, getting the first chicken dinner for the teams from Nepal, but then they lost momentum in the rest of the matches. Today, they sort of recovered quite nicely and ended on a very good note.
Talk about recovery, though. I mean, day 2 is considered to be the day of recovery. And this is what we wanted to see on the latter half of the board. And not going to lie, I'm kind of happy with the top 16, but still, I had a little bit of more expectations from A1 Esports and High Voltage, because High Voltage is one of those teams, too, that I've been playing since a long time. The entire roster is a well-familiarized roster from the past that they've been playing over the ages with each other. So High Voltage, I expected better things from them. Same thing goes with A1 Esports. The only reason why I'm disappointed is because they are veterans.
I mean, there's going to be multiple opportunities for the teams in the future as well. But talking about the future, ladies and gentlemen, the next step is going to be the Super Weekend, where we're going to be there waiting for you guys. And you better be prepared for the action that awaits you on the next stage, ladies and gentlemen. But that is going to happen on Friday. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.